What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us right here on Tuesday night. It is January 28th, 2025. I am your host, JD from New York, as always, joined by my co-host on Tuesday nights, the one and the only, the Solomonster. We are the Tuesday Night Titans. What's going on, brother?
Are you ready to rumble?
I am ready.
Close.
I am ready to rumble.
Getting close. It's getting close. It's my favorite event of the year, even more than WrestleMania.
Yeah, I'm excited. The one thing that I love about this year's Rumble is the fact that we don't have a fucking clue what's going on. Nothing. No teases. No. Well, we got teases, but we don't have any.
We got plenty of teases.
No,
I mean,
I mean, for WrestleMania, no, we don't have any clear direction for where we're going into WrestleMania. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, there's a million and one different directions that people are talking about, but yeah, there's no one clear path. Normally, I don't say normally, but like a lot of times in the past, you can kind of see where it's going, right? And it's like, all right, we know, like Cody, right? We knew Cody was going to finish the story, but it's pretty open-ended this year. But that's what makes it fun. When you can't really predict if they're going to go left or right, those are the best Rumbles.
Yeah, this is being teased as the most star-studded Rumble of all time. Of course, they're going to say that for the current product and the current time period that we're in. But I don't know, man. Is it coming close? Is it going to rival 1992? Probably not, right?
No. I mean, look, that's in rarefied air. Right. But this one is look, it's pretty star-studded. When you look at the names that are in there. And there have been some star-studded Rumbles before. So, I mean, this will be pretty high up on the list. But, I mean, 92 it's untouchable.
Yeah, we got some pretty cool statistics about 1992. We'll go over the Rumble talk. We got a lot of Rumble talk to get into. We're going to go over who we think is going to win, who's going to be the Iron Man, men's and women's Rumble, Cody and Kevin Owens for the WWE Championship, the Winged Eagle belt, and the logo belt will be hanging above. So it's going to be a crazy Saturday night. Plus, we got that tag team championship match that they just added on Friday with DIY and the Motor City Machine Guns, 2 out of 3 falls. Yep. It's going to be a great one.
Interesting that they're starting at 6 Eastern.
I have no problems with that.
I don't have a problem with it either. I could easily see myself forgetting. So I have to keep reminding myself, like, it's a 6 o'clock start because I don't remember a Royal Rumble starting that early. But then again, this is also the first time we have the Rumble not in January.
I know. It's going to be 6 p.m. start time. It's looking like it's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of 65 to 66,000 people. It's fucking crazy.
That's crazy. I mean, that would be an all-time record for the Rumble.
Yeah. It's exciting times. Can't wait to get to Saturday. We're definitely going to talk about that, guys. We got a load of news to get into. We got some AEW stuff on Deonna Purrazzo, some Britt Baker news. We got Tony Khan in the news. We'll talk some Dynamite in that great segment from Collision that I did catch up on, that Toni Storm and Mariah May segment, which I thought was great. The ratings, not so much for Saturday night, which, I may be on an island with very few people. I would have done it on Dynamite, but, I like to do things a little differently than other people. But it was still a great segment on Saturday night, and we'll get ready for Grand Slam as well. And we got a whole lot of stuff to get into. So I thank you guys very much for joining us here on episode 81 of Tuesday Night Titans. No Hulk Hogan beer this week. No fucking weird audio issues like it was last week. We are back to normal this week, so I appreciate you guys. Little thing that's going on. I have started this last Friday on the SmackDown post. I am conducting my own Royal Rumble pool via the Super Chat. So if you guys want to get in and support what we do, and also, at the same time, enter my OTS Rumble pool, which we'll be doing the drawing for on Monday, following the Royal Rumble on Monday Night Raw and the live stream. Get them on in. Every $10 is one entry. And if you guys want to donate just $10 and get one entry, that's completely up to you. If you guys want to donate $50 in Super Chat, that's 5 entries. $100 in Super Chats, that's 10 entries. So it is at your discretion. So please make sure you guys get those in if you want to be a part of that. Some great stuff going out to the winner. Got a ton of OTS merch that I got lying around here that I would love to get into the hands of one lucky listener. So please go and do that. Great way to support. We are also tonight sponsored by ZBiotics. We'll talk about my friends over at ZBiotics a little bit later. They are back with me. We were with them last year, so happy to have them back on board. If you guys want to follow everything that Jason and I do, everything you need is linked down below in the description. Twitter, all social media, YouTube. Make sure you guys go follow both of us wherever you can. And as always, we love being in the algorithm. Hit the thumbs up. Helps us out greatly. And leave a comment if you guys are listening to this after the fact. Leave a comment down below and let us know who you think is going to win the men's and women's Royal Rumble. That's your task tonight. So please let us know. Every comment helps us out in the algorithm for sure. As always, brother, where do you want to start?
Why don't we go back to Saturday?
Okay.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Saturday night's main event, because I know you and I were a little busy on Saturday.
We were.
And I know you went live that night when you got home.
I don't run from the grind, bro.
When I do.
No, you don't. I'm just throwing it out there.
I had a show to do the next day, so we just lumped everything together in that, which I wasn't even done putting that together. You know, when I walked out the door to do House of Glory, so that was a fun weekend. But yeah, so I know we covered it on our respective platforms, but I thought that Saturday night's main event, it was an enjoyable show, but it was very much a Paul Levesque show, which is to say that it was very safe and very predictable. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah. Listen, it's
which is not necessarily a bad thing,
no.
But it's also one of those things where if you did not see the show, you did not miss anything.
No, that is very correct. I feel like, and this is what we discussed this, and I'm sure you discussed this, I discussed this. This is what happens when you put a show like this 1 week before the Royal Rumble. There really isn't much going on because everything that you have for the Rumble is already set. Everything that you're going to do as far as unpredictability and surprises is going to happen literally a week later. This was basically, a lot of people say it's a glorified house show. It's just SmackDown, continued on Saturday night, whatever the case may be. It's everybody that is not going to be at the Royal Rumble getting a spot on a major platform. Not in the way of most of these people will probably be in the Royal Rumble, but Gunther's not going to be defending the World Championship at the Royal Rumble. We're not going to see him at the Royal Rumble, so he defended the championship against Jey Uso on Saturday night's main event. Braun Strowman, they wrote him off TV for God knows how long. Sheamus and Britt Baker, they're not defending the Intercontinental Championship at the Royal Rumble. They will be in the Rumble match. So it was a little bit of a safe show for sure, but I think we're stuck in this whole dilemma, Jason, with Saturday night's main event. I don't really think the show's going to change from what we've seen the last two episodes for the remainder of the year. I think it's just going to be, I don't want to use the word boring. It's not boring, but it is definitely safe. It is very uneventful is a good word. There's nothing that's going on there that Triple H is going to change.
Yeah, it just strikes me as a situation where they're contractually bound to do them. I think they want to do them because it gives them exposure on NBC. But I feel like they're going to be used more or less as a vehicle to promote whatever the next PLE is. So we're hearing, I think the next one is possibly Memorial Day weekend, and then there'll be one the same night as All in Texas, actually. July 12, I think, is the one after that. And so SummerSlam is probably a few weeks later. I think that's what they'll use them for. They're going to use it as a way to promote the bigger shows, and they'll throw some matches on there, but they're not going to make it a priority. And I think that's pretty much the way that they're going to treat them going forward. Use the exposure that platform gives them. But if you're expecting a major angle or something really monumental on these shows, the thing is, Saturday night's main event, even back in the day, there wasn't a lot of monumental things that they did on that show. They kind of used that show in a very similar way. They use it as a way, and back then you didn't have nearly as many, PLEs as they do now. So it was a little bit different because it kind of filled the gap in between the big four. And they ran them more frequently. They ran them, I think, almost monthly back then. But even back then, it wasn't like they shot a ton of major angles. Like you look at the first one they did last month. You could say, well, the package pile driver, but that came when the show went off the air. So does that really count? It didn't even air on TV. So we're not seeing a lot in the way of major angles. But what they did in terms of the matches, I thought the matches were good. I guess the biggest angle would be Jacob Fatu and what they did with him and Braun Strowman, which really just stole a page out of what they did with Bronson Reed and Seth Rollins. It was more or less the same thing, where they shot this major angle where they put over Fatu like an absolute monster. And the fans, who you would hope would be concerned for the well-being of Braun Strowman, especially when he started coughing up blood. Instead, they were bloodthirsty and they cheered and they chanted one more time. And so what did he do? Same thing with Bronson Reed, right? One more time. That's how we ended up with 6 tsunamis. So it was kind of the same thing. It was a little weird because it was a great way to turn Jacob Fatu babyface. But I just don't know that that was their intent in doing it.
I can't see that being their intent with him, but the fans love a good bloodthirsty angle. What do you want? What do you want from these people?
I guess so. Because poor Braun Strowman was laying there. Yeah, he looked like a crime scene, and they just kept cheering for Jacob Fatu because he's a badass, and that's why people started cheering for Braun Breaker, even though they were pushing him as a heel. People are looking for that badass that they can get behind. And you've got that. You've got that in Braun, and you've got that in Jacob Fatu. So that was probably the biggest thing, honestly, that happened on the entire show. I don't think anything else really jumps out.
No, I am 100% in agreement with you. We'll start at the top quickly. Rhea Ripley, Nia Jax. That was the opener of the show. Rhea Ripley retained, predictably, against Nia Jax, defending the Women's World Championship.
This was good, though.
I thought this was a good match. I even said so. I thought this was a good match. They came out really hot and heavy. They didn't really skimp on the intensity right from the word go. I even said, I don't know how you felt about it. I thought that this was a better match than their Elimination Chamber match. I just enjoyed the intensity and the crowd a little bit more here in San Antonio. Nia Jax, I have been hard on. I've also given her flowers when well-deserved. Obviously, the one thing that sticks out that everybody kind of critically panned was the War Games situation where it was just a bad performance. But she has turned in more good performances than bad performances. And when she's in there with somebody that she works well with, it always ends up being a very good match. And the Naomi matches stick out. The Rhea Ripley matches stick out. The last time she wrestled Bayley was very good on Monday Night Raw. Nia is so much better in this run than she was previously in her first run. It's not great. I'm not clamoring to see Nia Jax in double segments every fucking Friday. I don't want to see her on Monday and Friday. I don't want to see her on both shows. But the work that she's put in, it's been very good for her. And I thought this was a very good match.
She knows how to play her role.
Yeah.
The role that they have her in, she's good at playing that role. And when she's in the ring with the right opponent, like you said, I didn't think that this was as good as any of the Naomi matches. I put this match on par with the match from Elimination Chamber last year. They closed that show. I thought last year's match was very good. This one was also very good. So I didn't have an issue with it. It was a first challenge for Rhea Ripley. I guess her first defense, I believe, since she won the championship back. And so I had no issue with them, doing what they did here. And then, of course, that led into the only match of the night that had Jesse the Body Ventura on commentary.
Yes, and I watched and I laughed, and he just did not let the referee spot go towards the end of the match. I don't know what he was trying to do. We all knew what he was trying to do, but in the moment, I didn't really see what was so bad because the referee was in good position. But he did the same thing on the first show on December 14th, and he just kind of almost doubled down on it this time. Like, I enjoy when he's real and he calls out the stupid shit that we see that we really shouldn't be seeing on television. But I don't think in that moment it needed to be, ramped up to a fucking 14 that he did on Saturday night. I just thought it was crazy.
Yeah, it was very forced. And he's usually the voice of reason. That's what the thing I always loved about Jesse is that you would have a babyface announcer like a Monsoon or a Vince McMahon who clearly were biased towards the babyfaces. Like, they clearly were biased towards Hogan, and he would always call them out on their shit. But he's a heel, but kind of a straight shooter at the same time. And here it's like he's going off about how, Sheamus had the title won, and the referee, he didn't do his job, and he basically fucked over Sheamus. And they even showed a replay of it, and it's like, no, dude, actually, he got his foot on the bottom rope before the 3 count. But he just would not let up on it. So yeah, that felt a little forced. He was not on his A game the way that I thought he was the first time. But I always enjoy, him being a part of the show. I think him doing the one match is the way to go, as opposed to doing the entire show. It's like a Jim Ross situation. We see Tony Khan using Jim Ross 1 or 2 matches on their pay-per-views. And I think that's the way to go, with someone like Jesse. Now, I don't know if you noticed when they do the stand-ups with him and Joe Tessitore on the platform.
I have it in the notes here, yeah.
Okay, well, let's mention this now, because I did a double take, and I had to go back and listen to see if I heard correctly. But Michael Cole, he pitched it over to the platform at one point, and he mentioned how the legendary Mean Gene Okerlund, he used to conduct interviews on this platform, and in honor of Mean Gene, we call it the Okerland platform. And I'm like, come again? So I go back and I listened to this to make sure I heard what I actually heard, and I did. And so I wasn't sure if that's what they're calling it, or what I think it is that he just mispronounced the guy's name. Because I thought of Wally World when he said that. From what movie was it? One of the Chevy Chase movies. That name just popped out of my head. But I'm like, are they calling it Okerland? It sounds like an amusement park. I'm like, it's Okerlund. He botched Mean Gene's name. Like, it's sacrilegious. But I do think it's cool that they named an area after him. It's like the gorilla position, right? People still call it that to this day. So I think that's cool. But yeah, it's not the Okerland position. It's the Okerlund position.
Yeah, well, if there's anybody that deserves a position named after them, it's definitely Mean Gene. Yes, yeah. I did notice that he put a lot more emphasis on his last name than he really should have. Okerland. That's like right.
Sounds like a suburb.
You want to hop in the car, man? We'll go to the Okerland.
Yeah. What are you doing for your vacation this weekend? We're gonna go hike in the Okerlands this weekend. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
I don't know, man. Jesse, this is what happens when Corey Graves is not on commentary. I feel like Corey Graves would have played into this a little bit better than Pat McAfee does, or did. But Pat McAfee was like a deer in headlights when Jesse was just going off on the referee. He didn't really know how to react. This is where Corey Graves comes in, and he's just quick-witted like that. But the Intercontinental Championship, we all thought, or at least our communities did. I know you talked about it. I talked about it. This was the one match where there was a huge possibility of a title change, and we did not get it. Braun Breaker retained the championship in what I thought was a very good match. Again, I'd love to see Sheamus get his moment at WrestleMania. We don't know if that's going to be the case. We don't know if these two will, again, lock up at WrestleMania. Maybe something happens in the Rumble on Saturday between these two where we continue the story. But were you surprised to see Braun Breaker retain the championship? And secondly, do you think that WWE is going to continue this and the chase for Sheamus against Braun Breaker all the way through April to WrestleMania in Las Vegas?
I hope so. I know we got a pretty big tease of something completely different last night with Breaker and Penta. So that doesn't necessarily mean WrestleMania, but why else would they do that tease? And I'm torn because I think that would be great. Right, that'd be a great spot. If Penta went to WrestleMania and challenged for the Intercontinental Championship, especially if he won it, like what a great spot for him to be in. And I would be totally fine with that. But then what do you do with Sheamus? I feel like he gets the shaft in all this if they don't tell this story with him. Because I wasn't surprised. I did predict Sheamus to win. Braun winning didn't surprise me. I was disappointed. But not if the idea is to find a way to circle back around to it at WrestleMania, because that really would be the better place for it, right? A bigger crowd and just a bigger, more memorable environment for that to happen. So I hope it happens, and I'm kind of keeping hope alive that with that finish, they had Jackie Redmond in the back when the show was over, try to go over to Sheamus and get an interview. And he was, down in the dumps. He didn't say anything. He had his head in his hands. There's a story there to tell, where he just feels like, because they said on commentary, what was this, his 9th or 10th opportunity to challenge for that title? And he's failed every single time. So you just get to a point where it's like, all right, you need to come up with a storyline reason that he would even be back in the hunt for that championship. But I hope they do it, because I really think that would be a great moment to save for WrestleMania.
Yeah, I agree. We've actually talked about that months ago, even before 2025 hit. Yeah. So I don't know if they are still going to factor Sheamus into the IC title. Hopefully. There was a great spot in this match where he jumped off the steel steps and Breaker just speared him in midair like it was a fucking Mortal Kombat fatality. It looked fucking unbelievable.
Sheamus said that was the hardest spear he's ever taken in his entire career, and I believe it.
That particular spear.
Yes.
Okay.
He put a tweet up. He said, "Look, I got to give credit." It was like he was kind of breaking kayfabe for a second. He said, "I don't like this guy, but like I got to give him credit. I've never been hit harder with a spear in my life."
Yeah, that looked great. That was a great spot. So yes, we'll see what happens there. Rumble should be interesting. Sheamus and Breaker both will be in the Royal Rumble. Penta is also in the Royal Rumble, as announced last night on Monday Night Raw. So the Royal Rumble is shaping up to be unbelievable. Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens, this contract signing that was hosted by Shawn Michaels. This was fun. It was okay. I expected a lot more to come out of this particular segment than what we got. And this is what Jason alluded to earlier. This is WWE. This is Triple H playing it safe. Obviously, Shawn Michaels was there because of the San Antonio, Texas connection. Obviously, the way the segment ended, a lot of people didn't really like it because you got your challenger here, the de facto WWE champion and Kevin Owens, who's running around with the Winged Eagle belt, who is trying to convince everybody that he is the real world champion and he got robbed and how right he's been. And then he gets super kicked at the end of the segment. And then that's it. The whole fucking thing goes off the air. It's like, all right, fine. What did you think of the fact that Shawn Michaels got his licks in on Kevin Owens, Jason? Did you sit with that, wondering why they did that, especially if Kevin Owens needs to be built up going into the Royal Rumble? Or were you like me, who was a little bit more indifferent to it? I didn't really understand it, but at the same time, I also didn't mind it.
No, I didn't like it because they've done a pretty good job of building Kevin Owens up as this almost crazed individual. You don't know what he's going to do. We haven't seen Randy Orton in 3 months, right? Because he got dumped on his head. And the package pile driver to Cody at the last Saturday night's main event. And Michael Cole has to go out to the parking lot to interview him in his car. Like, I like what they've done with him. And then you have this effectively what's like a go-home segment to the Royal Rumble. And you end it by having the almost 60-year-old retired Shawn Michaels. And I get it, Shawn Michaels, right? It's HBK. He's a legend, but he's still 60-year-old retired Shawn Michaels. Super kicking your challenger, your number one contender for the WWE Championship. And that's how the segment ends. They did it for a pop in San Antonio. I think it was counterproductive. Is it going to matter in the grand scheme? No. But I think it was counterproductive. They just wanted to give the fans a fun moment. I was hoping that when Owens grabbed Shawn and was threatening to give him a pile driver, that he would follow through, because I think that would have put even more heat on him. Beating up Shawn Michaels in San Antonio. Like, the way I envision this, you have Cody Rhodes, he's tied up in the ropes, so he can't do anything. And Owens forces him to watch. And he gives Michaels a pile driver. So imagine the heat that would get in San Antonio, and Cody, he's all tied up and can't do anything about it. To me, that would have been a much more productive angle heading into the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, no, I agree. I expected Michaels to be laid out by KO, even if they didn't want to go the pile driver direction. Could have fucking power bombed him through the table. I would have even taken that. Something that left him laying on his back at the end of the segment and not Kevin Owens retreating after a fucking super kick. But, you know, it was all done for the Shawn Michaels connection in San Antonio. And then, you know, I didn't really understand why they put the championship belts side by side on the golden hanger that's going to be hanging above the ring at the Royal Rumble. They wanted the visual of, like, this is what's going to be on the line. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, it looked a little silly. And it was just a way to get Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes on Saturday night's main event, just to give a little bit of an extra nudge towards their championship match.
But again, like, to the point that we made before about Triple H playing it safe, like, if you want to do a heavy angle, a memorable angle here, an impactful angle on this show, that would have been the way to go.
Yeah, that
would have been newsworthy. It's like, holy shit, Kevin Owens, he laid out Shawn Michaels in his hometown, and that's a big deal. But I just felt like, okay, they just played it safe. Let's just have him super kick him and everyone cheers, and then we'll just move on to the next segment. It could have been so much more than it was. And I have another question, by the way, that I was very confused by when this was over. Correct me if I'm wrong, unless I just imagined this. But I could have sworn that a couple of weeks ago on SmackDown, Nick Aldis was talking about some addendum to the contract, right? There's a contract, but there's an addendum to the contract, and you have to sign it. And Owens is like, I'm not going to sign it right now. That's what led to the contract signing. What happened to this addendum? Because it was never brought up at all. Is it a thing anymore, or did they decide to drop the whole thing?
Well, I mean, to be fair, we still have one Friday Night SmackDown left. Maybe the addendum is mentioned on Friday, but no, we didn't get anything as far as an addendum on Saturday night's main event. Nothing.
Okay. I mean, maybe it comes up on Friday, but you would think that's something that would come up before they, sign the contract. So,
well, you and I discussed this last week. What would have been added?
I don't know. That's why it was confusing to me to begin with. Like, the only thing I could come up with is that maybe there was something that was going to be added where the loser would have to go to the other brand. Because they did mention on Raw last night that this transfer window, we finally got clarity. This transfer window closes this weekend. After the Rumble, the transfer window is done. Maybe it's some sort of clause that was added where, the loser, whoever walks out without the WWE Championship, is moved from SmackDown to Raw. That's the only thing I could think of. I don't know what else it would be.
I don't know.
But that's the sort of thing where if it was going to be that, it would have been mentioned, you would think, on Saturday.
Well, who would move to Raw?
Kevin Owens.
Well, what about the whole Randy Orton dynamic?
That's why I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But that's the only thing I could come up with. What else would it be? Maybe they realized that and they said, shit, let's just drop this whole thing because it doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
They'll add that, close the transfer window, move Kevin Owens to Monday Night Raw, and then have Randy Orton go over to Monday Night Raw because he can do whatever he wants, which theoretically it reopens the transfer window and just makes it meaningless. That's what they're going to do. If that's
I don't want Randy Orton going to Raw because I want Randy Orton to work with Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
So they need to be on the same brand. So maybe it's for the better if they did drop the whole thing, but it's just very weird how after that one show, it was never brought up again. It was never mentioned a single time on Saturday, which has me thinking that it was just sort of forgotten about because I don't know why, but I guess we'll find out on Friday. Yeah, I just thought that was weird.
Yeah, it's a possibility that gets brought up on Friday. I also brought up the possibility that when Randy Orton comes back, we all expect him to target Kevin Owens, which I think is the natural progression of things. But what if he comes back and he doesn't target Kevin Owens and realizes that Cody Rhodes has been wrong the entire time and he attacks Cody instead of Kevin Owens? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it's a possibility. So but it would have to be after the ladder match. Yeah. I don't see him costing Cody the title.
Yes.
It would have to be a case where, Cody wins and then, or even, Orton maybe comes out during the match and provide some kind of assist, but post-match, RKO out of nowhere. And then that's like a little cliffhanger, like, oh shit, why did he do that? You have to tune into SmackDown to find out. Like, I could see that. But Randy Orton has to stay on SmackDown.
Yes, I agree with that. Maybe we'll find that on Friday. We don't know what the addendum is, if they dropped it, but we'll talk about KO and Cody when we get to the Rumble talk. Jacob Fatu, who is in the Rumble. I'm assuming he will be in the Rumble. Braun Strowman, not so much, as they seemingly wrote him off television here.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I thought they wrote Will Hobbs off Dynamite, and he was on fucking Collision 2 days later. So, I mean, maybe Braun Strowman will be on SmackDown this Friday like nothing ever happened.
Oh, you mean the Pillmanizing of the leg didn't really keep him off television?
No. It's as if it were a fever dream. It never happened.
Braun Strowman and Jacob Fatu. I expected a lot more from this. I was a little disappointed, but we did get a great closing angle to the match. And Jacob Fatu, like Jason said in the beginning of the show tonight, it was definitely a page taken from the Bronson Reed playbook. Not as over the top as the Bronson Reed, not as chaotic as the Bronson Reed situation. I think that still is the most chaotic post-match or fucking just monster attack in WWE in the last several months. But they did a very good job here of making Jacob Fatu look like a monster. I didn't really need this segment. Neither did Jason need this segment to realize that Jacob Fatu is a fucking monster. But all against Braun Strowman. Now, I'm going to take a saying or a statement from my guy Jesse, who I do a show with on Wednesday, Jason. He did not like the way that they made Braun Strowman look here. And I feel like they tried their best to protect Braun Strowman while also making Jacob Fatu look like a beast. A lot of people were also like, Jacob Fatu should have went in there and squashed him and just be done with him 1, 2, 3. You can't really do that to someone like Braun Strowman because his whole appeal and his whole essence is really, the monster among men. You can't really beat him in that type of way. I thought what they did was good, but the overall match itself, I was kind of disappointed with it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a letdown. And I feel like that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to thread the needle where it's like at the beginning of the match, let's keep Braun as strong as we possibly can. Because he was like throwing Jacob around there for a little bit at the beginning. And then they did that spot where he was doing the Strowman Express around the ring, and it's
if you even want to call it that anymore.
It's painful to watch him.
It's like a light jog outside.
It's just like, it's so painful to watch him. I say run, but I mean, can you even call it that?
You probably do a higher speed on the fucking treadmill in the gym than Braun Strowman did on Saturday night.
Yeah, but that's not fair. I'm like a tenth of his size. I mean, come on now. He probably takes shits bigger than me.
Okay.
So he was doing his leisurely jog around the ring, and because he wasn't going very fast, like Jacob scooped him up for a Samoan drop on the desk, but it was so, I don't say weak, but like the table didn't break. It was like, all right. I'm sure it was supposed to. They were hoping it would, but it didn't. They were doing stuff, but it just wasn't hitting in the way that maybe they thought it would. So the match itself was a bit of a letdown. It was nothing like Last Monster Standing when they did Strowman and Bronson Reed, and they were going all over the arena, right? They were on top of the production cases and doing these big spots. This was nothing like that, but it was all about the post-match angle. That's really, it wasn't even about the match. It was about what happened when the match was over. And by the way, the finish also very lame, because he just kept doing the corner hip attacks, and then he, kind of threw the referee out of the ring, and the referee disqualified him. So I get not wanting to beat Strowman clean, but match was underwhelming. The finish was lame, but it was all about the post-match attack. And when it was over, listen to the reaction that it got, right? So I think it achieved what they wanted it to achieve. But I was expecting a little bit more out of the match itself.
Yeah. I don't know where Jacob Fatu goes from here. Clearly they're going all in on him post-Bloodline now, which the rumor is they're not going to be labeled the Bloodline 2.0. We still haven't heard from Solo Sikoa since he lost to Roman Reigns on the Netflix debut. We don't know what's going to happen with that group, where he's going to fit in, where Solo's going to fit in. I think everybody predicted that Jacob Fatu was going to overtake Solo as the leader of the Bloodline. That hasn't happened yet. We don't know if that is going to happen. Where do you see him fitting into WrestleMania plans, Jason? Because they're clearly setting him up for a singles push. They've been putting an emphasis on his backstage promos, which have been a highlight of Friday Night SmackDown. He's clearly got this segment here on Braun Strowman on Saturday night's main event. They're setting him up for something. What exactly is that something?
It's one of two people. It's either Roman Reigns, who I'm not thinking that's going to be a WrestleMania match this year, or Solo Sikoa. I think Solo Sikoa against Jacob Fatu right now has to be, in my opinion, the favorite as far as what match Fatu is going to have at WrestleMania. So I think they would hold off on doing Jacob and Roman, which they could absolutely do it at WrestleMania. I just get the feeling they have something bigger planned for Roman, whether it's Punk or someone else. But it's got to be one of those two. I mean, unless they put him in a tag match of some kind, nothing else really makes sense to me. That the United States Championship is on a heel right now. And frankly, I don't think he doesn't need to be challenging for something like the U.S. title right now. I think he would be better served to have a high-profile match against Roman Reigns or even against Solo Sikoa and let that be, kind of the official breakaway. He can beat Solo, and then if they want to continue on with Bloodline 2.0, again, we don't know where Hikuleo is. He's been under contract for months now. I'm sure we're going to see him pop up at some point coming out of WrestleMania. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe it's like a WrestleMania 14 situation where Shawn Michaels lost the title. And what happened on Raw the next night? Triple H came out and he started a new version of DX. And so maybe coming out of Mania, we get a Jacob Fatu-led version of the Bloodline 2.0. I could see that.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I think you're definitely headed in the right direction. I think it's more than likely going to end up being Solo. Where does LA Knight fit into this entire Bloodline situation? Where do you see him factoring into, because I know he's been kind of mixing it up with the Bloodline lately, the last couple weeks on Friday night. He got into it with Tama Tonga, and he had some choice words for Jacob Fatu. Do you see him factoring into anything Bloodline related going into WrestleMania?
No. I mean, as far as like a WrestleMania match or anything?
Yeah.
No. And I'm not sure where he's going to fall on the card. I kind of feel like he might end up getting lost in the mix. I just assume he's going to get the U.S. title back, but it's just a matter of when. You know, are they going to run back Nakamura and LA Knight at WrestleMania?
Yeah. Buy me a pillow at Bed Bath & Beyond right now.
Hey, yeah, it's a WrestleMania match. I mean, that doesn't do it for me. So I don't. He's another one where like his path to WrestleMania right now is very unclear, and he's in the Royal Rumble match. So coming out of the Rumble, it might become a little more clear what the plans are for him, depending on who he interacts with.
Jey Uso, he was in the main event of Saturday night's main event against Gunther, World Heavyweight Championship on the line. This was the third time that they wrestled, and all three times Jey Uso has failed at beating Gunther. This was a fine main event for what was a TV program. This is not what I would really expect out of a PLE main event or PLE match. I think Jey Uso...
It wasn't a PLE.
No, it wasn't a PLE, I know.
So there you
Even
go.
Jey Uso's PLE matches aren't even all that fantastic. But Gunther and Jey Uso, for what it was, Jason, 3 times now, 0-3 for Jey. Great entrance, probably the best entrance in all pro wrestling. You want to put him up there with the Punks and the Codys of the world for most over babyface in the company. He's right up there. Huge merch seller. You know, he's kind of settled into this role where I feel WWE only uses him as an entrance or a hype man to get the crowd going during the shows. And, you know, it's great. The energy's there. I love seeing it. But it's like, how many times are they going to send him out there to ultimately just lose? Now, I know he feels bulletproof because how over, you know, he is with the audience and how much people love him. But you got to give him a slice of the pizza pie at some point. When is that going to happen? Because it clearly didn't happen on Saturday night. They came close. There was one moment. There was 2 moments. One, the fact that this was going on last, I'm like, I wonder if they're going to do something unpredictable here. They didn't. Secondly, some of these near falls towards the end of this match, they really got me on one of them specifically. But it ended up being Gunther just coming out of nowhere with a fucking, fold him up powerbomb, and that was it. The match was over before I could blink. How do you feel about Jey Uso going into WrestleMania? Because I feel like he is also somebody that you would factor into having a major plan, and right now I can't really figure that out. Maybe you could fill the audience in on what he could potentially be doing, because someone last night told me in my live stream chat that maybe, because we were coming up with possibilities for Gunther. Who's Gunther going to wrestle at WrestleMania? All the names. We got Cena and Goldberg and Punk and Rollins and whoever else wants to go out there. Yeah. You know, I know you mentioned Jey Uso potentially winning the championship, a sliver of it happening tonight on Saturday night's main event. But what if Jey Uso wins the Elimination Chamber and goes on to WrestleMania and challenges Gunther for the World Championship? That's a possibility, no?
I think Jey Uso winning the Royal Rumble is a possibility. And this is what not enough people are talking about this, because everybody is talking about 3 names. They're talking about CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and John Cena. And maybe Drew McIntyre, right? Those are the names that people are really hyper-focused on as far as potential Rumble winners. You don't hear anybody talking about Jey Uso. And I think, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, I think Jey Uso is going to win. I'm just saying, why are more people not considering the very real possibility that he could win the Royal Rumble? Because they are clearly, and you saw it on Raw last night when Jey came out and he stood on top of the announce desk and he said he lost again to Gunther, and he put him over and said, the ring general was just that good, but I know I can beat him, right? I know I can beat him. So they're still harping on this, like he can't beat Gunther, but he believes that he can. This is going somewhere. Is it going to go to WrestleMania? I don't know, but it's possible, right? Gunther is the World Heavyweight Champion, and I'm not sure where things are headed for him on that show. Maybe we're looking at the wrong people, and we should be looking at another match with Jey Uso, which wouldn't do much for me personally, because again, their matches haven't lit the world on fire, but Jay's on fire right now, and he's super over, and he's been beaten 3 times now. Gunther even dumped him out of the Royal Rumble last year. Like he has this guy's number, but I don't think they keep drawing attention to this unless the plan is to circle back around to him and Gunther. So you say Elimination Chamber, I say sure. What about Royal Rumble? Maybe we're all looking at the wrong names here.
I don't want to say you're wrong, because it's just speculation. Nobody's wrong here. But do you
think he realistically?
Thing is, I could see it happen.
well, you say sad, but again, they look at him and they see that entrance and everybody going nuts for him. He had people, like you included, apparently, buying into some of those near falls late in that match. People thought, holy shit, he might win the championship, and then he just fell short. So you can't say, you may not think that he's going to give Gunther the best match, right, of all the people that Gunther could wrestle, but is he not one of the 3 most over people in the entire company right now?
He is. And when it comes to WrestleMania, what do they usually book on when it comes to something that over with the audience? They usually go and book on emotion.
That's how we got Kofi Mania.
Yeah.
Kofi Kingston won the WWE Championship at WrestleMania. You can tell me you don't think Jey Uso could win the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania?
It is a possibility. I think I'm just stuck personally. I'm stuck on the fact that, everybody wants Gunther in a major world title, defending the title in a great wrestling match at WrestleMania. But does he need to do that for him to convince you that he's a great pro wrestler? I mean, the guy shits out great matches. It doesn't really matter. If you want to put him in something that's going to get the moment, being that it's WrestleMania, you can't really ask for anything better than that. Who else is on the list for Gunther? John Cena. You and I discussed this. I talked about this. I almost fucking nauseated the fucking fact of, listen, John Cena ending, Ric Flair's record at WrestleMania against Gunther is not the time at WrestleMania. Playing that storyline is not out. You and I both discussed this on this show as well. It's not the time. So obviously it's a rumor. It could happen. Same thing with Cena and Cody. I'm not doing that for that specific reason either. Seth Rollins, I mean, it's fine. It's not going to blow me away for a WrestleMania match.
Punk.
The Punk, I mean, that's okay. But I think they got bigger things planned for CM Punk, obviously, with what we've seen in the last few weeks. But the one name that I stuck myself on, and a lot of people might not like it because of how much they hate him legitimately for all the things that he said and the things that he's done, crypto scam here and fucking political stance on social media there, Logan Paul. Why not? I mean, it would theoretically turn Gunther babyface for the night, but I think it would be a fucking entertaining match.
It doesn't work. It just doesn't work for me, though, because, again, it would be weird because you got 2 heels. And I think people would just automatically side with Gunther.
Yeah.
Because they would want to see him, kick this guy's ass. I don't know that that's the way that they should be going with Gunther. And I said this last night. I said, look, we've seen Logan Paul challenge twice now for the WWE Championship. He challenged Roman Reigns and he lost. He challenged Cody Rhodes last year and he lost. He just moved to Raw. He's brand new to Monday Night Raw. Why are you going to rush him into a championship match at WrestleMania? Like, I could absolutely see him being a world heavyweight champion down the road. But to put him in a world championship match at WrestleMania that he likely would lose, I mean, can you imagine if he fucking beat Gunther? It's too soon. So I agree. I think the 2 of them would probably have a great match, arguably better than Gunther and Jey Uso would have. But I don't have any appetite to see that at WrestleMania. Not as the WrestleMania match this year.
Yeah,
and I think that if you look at it, if you're going to be honest, even though that might be the better wrestling match and the more exciting wrestling match, Jey Uso is one of the most over baby faces in the company. And if you want to tell that story, that is a better story to tell. And to be fair about it, if I can sit here and say that, man, I want Sheamus to get his moment at WrestleMania and win the Intercontinental title, even though he's lost 10 fucking times, that he just lost clean again on Saturday, but I still want to see him go to WrestleMania and do it. Then you know what? The fact that Jey Uso has lost 3 times to Gunther, how do you argue that he shouldn't get another shot, right? As over as he is, right? If it's okay for Sheamus to get another shot at that title, why shouldn't Jey Uso get a shot at the World Heavyweight title?
And so by process of elimination here, as far as Gunther's potential WrestleMania opponents, Logan Paul, Seth Rollins, I could even throw in Sami Zayn there. Who else? Goldberg has been rumored. Punk, John Cena. Out of all these names that were thrown at Gunther, process of elimination would tend to lead. Yes, I know. Goldberg. Process of elimination would, I guess, tend to lead towards Jey Uso being the most overall pick here for Gunther at WrestleMania. I mean,
yeah, and to do that, he would have to win the Rumble or the Elimination Chamber. So take your pick, but I think people who aren't considering him, do so at your own peril, because I think he's very much in the mix to win that Rumble match, and it would be a very out of left field pick because I think a lot of people wouldn't be expecting it, but I think it would get a huge reaction. If you did, I don't think people would be disappointed.
You know, we talked about the last couple of weeks. I don't know exactly what show it was. It was the last week or the week before that where, you know, we talked about Jey Uso being in the Royal Rumble. He came out number one last year, and they yeeted. I don't really see him coming out at number one again and, you know, having the number one position. Maybe he'll
come at number two.
He'd come out at number two, sure. But,
there you go.
You know, maybe this year they end. Can you imagine the Royal Rumble? Because the men's Rumble is going to main event. Can you imagine the Rumble show going off the air with everybody yeeting because he won the Royal Rumble? 67,000 fucking people in Indianapolis. That's
yes, I can. That's why I brought it up.
It's crazy to think about. I know.
So I wish more people would see what I see here.
I mean, you're a logical human being. A lot of people don't want Jey Uso in the WrestleMania main event specifically because of his mid-level wrestling ability, which I can't really fault people for thinking that.
Hold on a second.
The last time he was in a WrestleMania match was against his brother, and it was a fucking shit show.
Yeah, but he was also in a WrestleMania main event with his brother on his side, and it was an excellent match.
Yes.
But you said main event. I'm not sure that headlines night one if that is the WrestleMania Championship match.
Oh, probably. So, I could see that absolutely opening the show for one of the nights.
Well, opening or being maybe second to last. Yeah. I don't see Gunther and Jey Uso closing the show. Let's put it that way. If that ends up being, even if he wins, if that's the World Heavyweight Championship match, because I don't even think, Danielson and Kofi, they were like in the middle of the show. I just don't see that as being a show closing match. So call it main event if you want to. It's main event in name only, but very much a possibility, I think, for WrestleMania this year.
Again, add another wrinkle to the Royal Rumble. A lot of unpredictability happening on Saturday. We could very well see Jey Uso win. Hulk Hogan was not at Saturday night's main event after being all over the promotional material for Saturday's show. Apparently, Chris Featherstone of Sportskeeda reported that Hogan's absence was due to family commitments. And then, per The Observer, his withdrawal is unrelated to any negative reactions that he received from fans in recent appearances, nor is it connected to any issues with Jesse Ventura or other backstage rumors. I don't think people really missed him at all. So,
no,
he was on the advertisements. Nobody cared that he wasn't there. Life goes on for the Hulkster.
Nobody gave a shit. No, apparently he wasn't there because his son was getting married. And as I said the other day, hopefully it was a dry wedding and not open bar. But I know there was some controversy with Matt Riddle because Matt Riddle apparently was in attendance at the wedding and then he missed a booking the next day. And he was heavily promoted. I don't remember the name of the promotion, but I guess it might have been MLW actually, now that I think about it. But whatever promotion it was, I guess he was heavily advertised and just didn't show up. And people, kind of drew the connection that, well, he was at Hogan's son's wedding the day before. So that's kind of odd. So that's where the Hulkster was.
He partied a little too hard?
So, sounds like it. Sounds like that might have been the case.
I don't know. Meltzer talked about Hogan not being there.
Too many of those Hogan beers. Maybe too many real American beers.
One's my limit.
Yeah. Well,
we drank one on Saturday night because I had some left over, and we forced them down. I don't know if it enhanced our commentary abilities on Saturday night, but
no.
Left a bad taste in my mouth, though, I'll tell you that. But Meltzer did say, in regards to Hogan not appearing on Saturday night, he says, I don't know what's going on with Jesse. There's nothing suspicious about the Jesse thing, but the Hogan thing, there's obviously more than meets the eye, says Meltzer. Whatever it is, unless Nick told him, like the day before, hey, I'm getting married, wouldn't you go like, dude, I got it.
What? Wait a minute.
Let me finish reading this.
What?
He said, unless Nick told him like the day before, hey, I'm getting married, wouldn't you go like, dude, I got it, like a commitment here that, they're advertising this whole show around me. And then Alvarez goes, you can't get married at Saturday night's main event. And then Meltzer says, thank God, that's the last thing. But here's the other thing, like if you got married in the afternoon, I don't know, there is something that doesn't meet the eye with this one. There's something that does not pass the smell test. It's like either Hogan not telling them until the end.
My God.
That's weird.
I have a headache. Now I know why I don't listen to the Meltzer audios anymore.
Nick, whoever transcribed this is terrible.
This sounds like Meltzer. I think they transcribed it verbatim.
Nick decided to get married at the last minute. If that's the case, that's weird. I know people are trying to say now that, like, oh, he was never actually scheduled. I could tell you from talking to people for weeks, he absolutely was scheduled. So that's not. Everyone's going to speculate. It's about being booed in LA, and I don't really think it's about being booed. But who knows what it is? I don't know, says Meltzer.
So basically, after everything you just said, he ends with, I don't know. What the fuck did I listen to that entire preamble for him to go, I don't know? That's basically the real news there. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
But what did you say before about, like, unless Nick told him, oh, hey, by the way, I'm getting married tomorrow, as if he like sprung it on him?
Yeah.
As a surprise, like, oh, by the way, Dad, you should probably come to my wedding tomorrow.
Yeah. Listen, Jason. I think Jason's video, what is it at? What, almost 70,000 views now? Your fucking Hulk Hogan rants from the other week?
Yeah, 60 something.
Hulk Hogan's a bullshitter, folks. So whatever the reason is, don't believe it. He was there because of the fact that he got booed from the January 6th episode of Raw. Nothing else.
He wasn't on the show. Nothing of value was lost.
No.
He would not have added anything to the show whatsoever. There were people who wondered if maybe he was going to be the one to officiate the contract signing. And after the reaction he got at the Netflix debut, they subbed him out for Shawn. No, it was always going to be Shawn Michaels. They were in San Antonio, Texas.
How would he even get up the ring steps?
They'd have to have some kind of chair lift or something to help get him in the ring. Well, what would they? Would they have Hogan knock out Kevin Owens at the end of the segment like they had Shawn Michaels super kicking? What's Hogan going to do?
He's going to drop the big boot.
Drop the big boot. If he tried to lift the leg for the big boot, he would forget about it. He would fall over and never get up again. Like he was not going to be on the show in that segment. He was in the commercials for it, but they never actually announced him for it.
No, they
never said, "Oh, hey, Hulk Hogan will be there." So I don't know if he was originally going to be on the show or not. I'm sure at some point they have what two or three more of these this year. He may well end up on one of them in a few months, but again, nothing of value was lost by him not being there on Saturday.
Listen, all Hogan had to do was pop open one of those Hulk Hogan Real American beers, and at the first sniff of it, Kevin Owens would probably pass out because it smells like shit.
I don't think Kevin Owens drinks.
Good for him. If he's going to drink anything, it shouldn't be that.
No, I think he's straight edge.
Good for him. Let's keep with the WWE talk here. We got Alexa Bliss in the news. Apparently, she was supposed to return, and now her return is up in the air. After a 2-year absence, Alexa Bliss was reportedly slated to return on the January 13th episode of Raw, which emanated from San Jose, California. That plan was reportedly scrapped due to a contract issue. Now, according to PW Insider Elite, representatives of Bliss reached out to WWE executives informing them of her wish to open discussions about lining up a new contract before her official return. The former women's champion was reportedly looking for a brand new deal with more money and perks. WWE, however, has been keeping her existing deal in place, which had been extended because of her absence. When the two sides still couldn't reach an agreement, WWE put creative plans for Bliss on hold. Now, reportedly, or the rumor was, speculation from fans, want to see Bliss return to the Wyatt universe, be with Bo Dallas and the Wyatt Six stable, now led by Uncle Howdy. Bliss, of course, has history with Uncle Howdy, as seemingly he hypnotized her in the later months of 22 and early 23. And upon her resurgence, the outlet adds that Bliss was also set to rejoin Raw as a regular in the women's division. So with Bliss' return now being put on hold, the Wyatt Six have been since moved to SmackDown, with their next moves creatively unclear. Bliss last wrestled in the 2023 Royal Rumble in a losing effort to then champion Bianca Belair. And obviously she's been out with, her maternity leave and getting back into ring shape and being a mother, and now she's ready to return to TV. The problem here is, Jason, I think Alexa Bliss is a very notable name to get back from the injured reserve and put on either Raw or SmackDown to make the division better, because I feel like if there's one thing that either one of these divisions need, another name is not going to be a bad thing. The thing is, Alexa Bliss, when she was at the height of her popularity and the height of her career, I mean, the company could not get enough of Alexa Bliss. She was the talk of the town. She was the biggest heel, the biggest character that they pushed in that division. She was the apple of management's eye. Nowadays...
Well, basically what Liv Morgan was last year.
Yeah. Nowadays, you got Liv, you got Rhea, you got Bianca, you got Jade. Jordynne Grace just signed a multi-year contract with WWE. Charlotte's coming back. Tiffany Stratton, Naomi. The list goes on and on with all the women that Bailey, IYO, Asuka, Becky's coming back. I mean, look at the fucking talent on this show. Where exactly is Alexa Bliss going to fit in at a point where WWE has maybe the best women's division talent-wise in the entire world? Where does she exactly fit in? And what do they need Alexa Bliss for? Maybe in WWE's eye, they want Alexa Bliss back, but they're not going to pay her on the same level as what a Becky Lynch or a Rhea Ripley or Charlotte Flair is making. So where exactly does she fit in?
Well, she would have fit in with the Wyatt story, evidently. And yeah, I wonder if the Wyatts are getting the short end of the stick here, because it sounds like they were going to stay on Raw. And Alexa was supposed to return on Raw. She was supposed to be back on that San Jose Raw where Penta made his debut. So if that's the case, it sounds like they basically called her bluff and they said, okay, we're going to pull all creative plans and we're just going to shift the Wyatts over to SmackDown. And it doesn't seem to me like they had any real plan for what to do with them on SmackDown. We haven't seen them since they got moved to SmackDown. When was the last time we even saw the Wyatts?
No clue.
We haven't seen the Wyatts this year so far. So I almost feel like they may have gotten the short end of the stick on this through no fault of their own. That would have been the spot, I guess, to bring her back. I'm kind of over all like the dark Alexa stuff.
Yeah.
She did the goddess character. I figured, bring her back, that way. There's always a place for her on the show because she was a very popular performer. But I think, it's just the case where she's been gone for a long time. A lot has changed in the last couple of years. They don't need her in the way that maybe they would have needed her. I mean, look, even back then, there's no one person in the women's division that the company's going to wilt and die if they don't have them. Even Charlotte, like the company's big enough that they're just going to go on no matter what. But I think the value that she brought to them 2 years ago is not the same value that she would bring to them right now, even though she might sell a lot of merch, because that's really where I think the value is. I think she can really move merchandise and make money for them in that way. I don't know what she was asking for as far as how much more money. It sounds to me like her lawyer or representative or whatever agent, they pulled a power play and they said, hey, this is what we want. And they called her bluff and said, no, you've been gone for 2 years. And I don't know how much time she has left on her deal. It might be a significant amount of time. And they're like, we're going to pay you on your existing deal. And when that deal is up, we can negotiate for, a newer deal. And it sounds like that's the issue. They're at a stalemate right now. I see it from both sides. Honestly, if I'm Alexa Bliss, and I say this about any talent, really, you get what you feel you're worth. If she feels like she's underpaid and she sees all these other people who she either knows or thinks are making so much more than her, let's say it's a money issue. We don't know for sure, but let's say it's strictly a money issue. Then you know what? You ask for what you feel you're worth. So I don't fault her for trying to get what she thinks she should have coming to her. But I also see it from WWE's perspective in that, I guess she had certain medical issues, but she wasn't like, it's not like she's been out with an injury for 2 years, right? She had a child and she had some other medical issues and then she was filming some stuff. But 2 years is a long time. And so they may look at that and go, look, it's not like you missed 6 months or 9 months with a broken arm or something like that. We're going to pick up with your deal as it existed when you last were on TV. And we want you to finish out that before we have any conversations about anything else, because 2 years is a long time. I see it from their perspective too, but I don't fault Alexa for trying to get more out of them if that's what she's trying to do here. It just sounds like it blew up in her face and WWE isn't going to budge. I think in the end, they'll come around. I said this about the Corey Graves stuff. Obviously, that's a different situation. I think in the end, they'll work it out. And I do think we'll see her back on TV. She may not get the deal that she's looking for. But if she wants to be in wrestling, what are her options? what's she going to do? Is she going to go to AEW? I mean,
no.
She could.
She could.
She could, but I mean, we're going to talk about Deonna Purrazzo. I mean, do you think that Alexa would be happy in that situation? Probably not. So I think her options may be fairly limited. I don't know. I don't know what is most important to her right now, but I do think in the end it'll get resolved.
I think she will be back. I don't know when these contract issues came up. Obviously, January 13th was cited here. We're headed into the Rumble this weekend. I do think that she's going to be in the Rumble. I think they'll figure something out and get her in the Rumble. I think she wants to be in the Rumble. I don't think she wants to miss it. It's a perfect opportunity to get back into the thick of things, get back on TV, prove them wrong, get over with the audience that we all know that she can, and do what you got to do and see how you fare in this new era of women's wrestling in WWE. I think she would fit in, but like you said, if I'm WWE, I'm not really budging either. I'm not going to give her the money she's asking for. Get back to TV, and then we'll discuss what we need to discuss as soon as you get your feet wet again. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a business disagreement that I feel like it'll be. I don't know if it'll be worked out by this weekend. But I do think it'll be worked out, and whether or not they put her on SmackDown with the Wyatts or they keep her on Raw, that I don't know. I would say, you send her wherever you feel like that women's roster needs the most help. So I kind of feel like it probably would be better for her to stay on Raw, but wherever she ends up, I think it'll all be worked out.
Yes, I want to see Goddess Alexa Bliss if back on television. I don't want to see that Wyatt stuff. Just doesn't really excite me at all.
Yeah, just evolve.
Yeah.
She's been gone long enough that I feel like it would be a good opportunity for her to come back. And even if she's not the goddess, maybe she just comes up with a totally different persona. But, I feel like they played that out, for the most part, as much as they could. Merch money aside, they could always sell more dolls, I guess. But I'd rather see her come back and just evolve in some way and portray a different character and go in a different direction.
Speaking of evolve, Nikki Bella is going to have to evolve if she's going to return to action in WWE. There's been significant discussions about Nikki Bella returning to the WWE. This is coming from Wrestle Votes, not Wessel Votes.
No, that's right.
Wrestle Votes.
Wrestle Votes.
You might think this is a troll, but no, this is legit.
TMZ is also reporting it now.
We're told significant discussions, says Wrestle Votes, have taken place regarding a Nikki Bella return to action, with the strong expectation from multiple WWE sources that it will happen sooner rather than later. Now, Nikki Bella officially announced her retirement from in-ring competition on the season finale of Total Bellas in June 2019. Obviously, the reason was her health. She had undergone neck surgery in 2016 to repair a herniated disc, a consequence of obviously wrestling for so many years. And they cited her finishing move, the Rack Attack 2.0. She also revealed that she had a benign cyst that had been found on her brain. Now, while it wasn't cancerous, it was another health concern that contributed to her decision to step away from in-ring competition. So she was, where did she show up? It was the January 6th episode of Raw. I think she was in the crowd.
Yep. It was the Netflix premiere.
Yeah. Now, this is another one, Jason, like Alexa. Obviously a lot has changed for Alexa, and a lot even more so has changed for Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella is not the greatest women's pro wrestler that you and I have seen compete in the ring, but what she brings is a lot of fans. She's got a lot of social media presence, and believe it or not, whether she fits or not in the current landscape with the overall technical wrestlers that exist in the women's division, she wasn't bad from what we got towards the tail end of her run before she stepped away completely. She was not bad at all. She was very serviceable, and she's charismatic, and she was always someone that the fans got excited to see. I do think that if you take her and she does a good job of molding herself to fit the current landscape, that I do think that she would be a nice fit for the division. I don't know how you feel. Some people probably don't agree with that take. But again, I'm always about adding star power and another body to that division because I still do feel that on both shows, a couple more pieces to the puzzle could go a long way for either Raw or SmackDown.
So I am of two mindsets on this. Number one, I'm indifferent towards a Nikki Bella return. I think that, like you said, she was she was fine towards the end of her run there. I think people sometimes compare the two sisters. I always saw Nikki as a better in-ring performer than Brie. And I still feel that way. But, you look at the level of talent they have right now on the main roster, the level of talent coming up in NXT. I would be very curious to see if she made a full-time return, how her in-ring stacks up against the talent of today. And if they've passed her by. I think that could be an issue, but she is a big name. She's been involved in different television shows and she has the Bella Army behind her. Cause like you said, they have a huge fan base. If you're WWE, why wouldn't you want to tap into that? So I can understand them wanting to bring her back. And I think that she could contribute, but I think in terms of, matches and things of that nature, I just feel like, she may be walking into a situation where she's going to be sharing the ring potentially with people who are a lot better than her. Maybe it'll help her, step her game up. I don't know what kind of training she's been doing off camera to prepare for this return. Apparently she has already started training for a return, but she hasn't been in a match since 2022. The last time we saw her was the Royal Rumble that year. I don't remember much about her cameo in that match. Do you?
No, I didn't even realize that she was in that match until you just mentioned it.
Yes, but so it's been a few years since she's been in the ring. We'll see what she looks like, but the level of talent they have today on that roster is such that I think it could be. I could see her having a rough go of it there in terms of the fan reaction for a while, but we'll see. She has a level of star power and notoriety that WWE would be wise to try to tap into if she wants to come back. I was surprised because I wasn't sure what the status of her neck was. And she had the cameo in the Rumble a few years ago, but it sounds like this would be a return, not just a cameo. This would be like a full-time return. So I guess medically she's been cleared and given the go.
Now I'm not comparing the two in a wrestling sense, because I think one is better than the other, or maybe not. Maybe you guys think they're a little bit more even. But Nikki Bella compared to what Trish Stratus did. I mean, Trish Stratus had a return. It started off okay, and then it just devolved into just get this shit off my TV. How do you feel about that run that Trish had compared to what Nikki Bella could potentially do? Do you see similarities there? Do you see one being better than the other here?
It comes down to creative. I mean,
I guess, yeah.
I love Trish, but yeah, some of those segments were fucking garbage. And I'm not even sure that's necessarily on Trish or the talent involved. It was just, those promos and those segments were not terribly interesting.
Yeah, keep in mind that was still Vince era, by the way.
And the thing is, so you bring up a good point here. When I think back to Nikki Bella in terms of promos and non-wrestling segments, a lot of it was not good.
Yeah.
But how much of that was the creative and how much of that was her delivery? I'm sure it was a mix of both. Obviously, my mind goes back to that awful segment where she said, she told Brie, "I wish you died in the womb." And I'm like, oh my God. And then they did a Jerry Springer segment, and it was that's Vince. That's classic Vince. So I would be curious what a Nikki Bella run in 2025 would look like as compared to what it would have looked like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah. Let's see if Triple H could work his magic, man. Listen, he's changed the product for the better. If he could take someone like Nikki Bella, who, delivered not so good performances under the Vince McMahon administration, and just change it around for somebody like that, he may be a magician. Who knows? But
he might be. But again, promos were not her strong suit.
No.
I feel like more often than not, it was just very oh God. Obviously, the AJ Lee pipe bomb. One of the things that I remember about that segment was both Bellas. They wouldn't shut up, and AJ was trying to cut her promo, and all you heard were the Bellas at ringside. The mic kept picking them up. They were just yelling over the entire promo segment. So that's another one that stands out to me. They were not known as master thespians during those segments. Let's just say that.
Well, AJ's promo probably hit a little bit too close to home. That's why. Probably,
but man, that was the most annoying part of that entire segment. It was say it to my face. Yeah, I think that's what they kept saying over. Say it to my face. Say it to my face. I'm like, can I listen to the promo, please?
Thank God we don't have to go back to those days. Thank God. Anyway,
we'll see. We'll find out soon enough, I guess.
I guess. Keeping with the WWE theme here, we have a potential for WrestleMania 2027. Now, obviously, New Orleans is in discussion. So, this is from The Observer. This is a Dave report. He's talking about WrestleMania 2027. Rumors of WrestleMania 2027 in Indianapolis, he says, are not true. Now, in June 2024, WWE and the Indiana Sports Corporation announced a deal that would bring WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and the Royal Rumble, which is this year for the Rumble, to Indianapolis. The Royal Rumble will be on February 1st, this Saturday from Lucas Oil Stadium. And the city is going to also host a 2-night SummerSlam and a 2-night WrestleMania in future years. Obviously, also Raw, SmackDown, NXT events will take place across arenas from Indianapolis. So Meltzer says, and I quote, rumors of WrestleMania in 27 in Indianapolis are not true. There is a WrestleMania date coming in Indianapolis, but it's many, many years from now. I believe in the early 2030s, he says. All right, so.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. So when they it was last year, right? They announced that deal.
Yes.
And it was like a 7-year deal, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what he's suggesting then is that the plan would be for them to not get WrestleMania until the very, very end of that 7-year deal.
I guess that's what he's saying, yeah.
Because I guess that would be 2030, 2031. I'm trying to make heads or tails of what he's saying here, and so I assume that's what he's getting at. Yeah, I'm not expecting WrestleMania to go to Indianapolis next year or even the year after. I think there's been talk about maybe the UK. There's been talk about Saudi Arabia. I think New Orleans is probably going to get it next year. So, yeah, it's going to be a few years probably, right, before Indianapolis
we talked about this last week. We said, obviously, this year it's Vegas. They did the kickoff show last year in Vegas while WrestleMania took place in Philly. This year, the rumor is that the kickoff show is going to be in New Orleans, and the WrestleMania this year is obviously from Vegas. So, I mean, they may be doing something kind of sneakily where they're just kind of throwing it in our face, and you're not really getting to the people as we see it. But Meltzer, I don't know why he even put this report out. Like, does he sit in on these meetings with Nick Khan and Triple H and whoever is in charge of these types of? How the fuck does he know what's happening in the 2030s? I don't even know what I'm having for fucking breakfast tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily assume that it's going to be 2030 something before we see WrestleMania come to Indy. But yes, I do believe it'll be a few years. I don't think they're going to go right back to Indianapolis for a major show like that. I think they'll spread it out a little bit. I did see this tweet, though. I don't know if you saw this WrestleVotes tweet from 45 minutes ago.
No, go ahead, read it.
Speaking of events, what WrestleVotes said about an hour ago. Sources tell us that WWE is set to announce a PLE titled Clash in Paris, scheduled for Sunday, August 31st at Paris La Défense Arena in Paris, France. And I think that might be Labor Day weekend because that's a Sunday.
Oh, great.
An announcement is said to be imminent and could come any day now.
Clash in Paris, huh?
Clash in Paris.
Gee,
well,
man.
Look, they had that great crowd in Lyon.
They did. They did. I mean, I wish the level of creativity naming these shows was a little bit better, but WWE is going to charge fucking premium price from when the last time they were there. What was it? Well, we broke our record. Get ready for another record broken, and people go crazy.
Another gate record will be shattered. Yeah, I mean, Clash in Paris, that's kind of lazy, right? I mean, you can come up with a better name than that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Meltzer, listen, the rumor is, obviously, we got Vegas, New Orleans next year. There's been talk of Tennessee. There's been talk of Atlanta. Obviously, Saudi, Rumble's going to Saudi in 26. So I'm assuming before we even get to the 2030s, we're probably going to get a Saudi WrestleMania. And obviously, then you got the Wembley factor. Who knows when that's coming? I'm thinking that's coming. So who knows? I would say Indianapolis is going to be somewhere before 2030, I would say, if I was to predict Indianapolis WrestleMania.
Yeah, I would say 28.
Yeah.
28, 29, somewhere around then.
Well, Meltzer thinks he's got the intel for the 2030s. So
Yeah, but Meltzer also thought Backlash was coming to the Tokyo Dome in a few months. Okay, so again, let's not put too much stock into.
Or my favorite one that you talked about, Shibata's brain.
Oh well, I mean that's classic. I mean, nothing will ever top that. Poor Katsuyori Shibata. They had to remove the brain from the skull and then I guess put it back in. So he's a modern miracle of science.
I don't know, man. Dave's a funny guy, man. He's a funny guy. What else we got WWE related here? We have Jordynne Grace. Jordynne Grace signs with the WWE. Gee, man, color me shocked on this one. Fightful and Sean Ross Sapp are confirming that WWE signed Jordynne Grace to a multi-year contract as of this week. Fightful learned that WWE made their interest known and made the offer a couple of weeks before Grace finished up with TNA, fully aware that Grace would be leaving the company. Those that we spoke to in WWE said that Grace was signed almost immediately after her last match in TNA against Tessa Blanchard. They did not want her to test free agency. Not that she was going to jump ship to AEW. I think that would have been a bad move on her end. Jordynne Grace made an appearance on the last episode of Chris Van Vliet's Insight to discuss a couple of things, including her husband, Jonathan Gresham. She noted that Jonathan Gresham is a free agent, and apparently there is discussion potentially maybe he could land in NXT. He is a former Ring of Honor World Champion. He worked for TNA since 2022. I know he had a falling out, Jason, with Tony Khan over the Ring of Honor situation. I do think that his style and what NXT is going for, I think he fit like a glove on NXT. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, he probably would do okay there. I mean, I'm more excited about Jordynne Grace being added to that women's division.
Yeah.
I think she's going to bring a lot of value to it. I think that she's going to have some great success there. Jonathan Gresham in NXT, I could see having success on the main roster. I don't know if I share that view.
No.
But, you know, look, I mean, he's a talented guy. And so if they want to bring him into NXT, he's obviously somebody who has a wealth of experience. So it can't hurt bringing in someone with his background to work with some of the younger, less experienced talents on that brand. So, you know, I could see that being a landing spot for him.
We'll see what happens there, but I am very excited to see Jordynne Grace in the Royal Rumble. She is right now not my pick to win. If she did end up winning, I have no problem with that at all. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but she is definitely one of my dark horse picks for the Royal Rumble, the Women's Royal Rumble, to potentially wrestle Rhea Ripley in Las Vegas. Let's go to Monday Night Raw. I got an update on JD McDonagh after last night. He suffered broken ribs and a punctured lung during the tag team match with the War Raiders. It was him and Dominic against the War Raiders to open Monday Night Raw last night. JD McDonagh did a acai moonsault off the second rope to the outside, and the landing, I don't know what your reaction was, Jason, but I cringed and I made one of those weird facial reactions while watching from my couch on Monday night. I don't know what they do with those tables, man, but those tables, you know, the older tables had at least the curvature that kind of overshot the front end of the table. These tables have that fucking edge, and then they have the cover, and it's just a nightmare waiting to happen if they want to do anything fucking crazy on the outside, and JD McDonagh obviously suffered from it. So what was your reaction, number one? And do you see WWE making some alterations to the tables on the outside? Because the way he landed on the part of the table he landed on, I can't imagine WWE is going to be too happy if that happens again with somebody else.
Well, he's very lucky it's not AEW, where apparently they have solid oak announce table. Can you imagine him landing on the solid oak announce table that Excalibur talks about every week?
Yeah. Those solid oak tables, man, that never break. And when they do break, it's like a fucking 2-second delay.
Yeah, that would have been curtains for Mr. McDonagh. My reaction was holy shit. That's what I said out loud. I said holy shit, and you could tell Michael Cole was panicked.
Yeah,
because even he was saying like, no, legitimately, like you got to get somebody out here to check on this guy. My attitude towards this is I don't know why he wasn't pulled from the match. I really don't. And we found out yesterday that Dakota Kai was concussed the week before off that missile dropkick that she took from Zoe Stark that knocked her into the next fucking dimension.
Her head bounced off the fucking mat hard.
I mean, my God. I mean, and I said then, like, I'd be shocked if she wasn't concussed. And then we found out yesterday, apparently she's concussed, and I don't know if she'll be in the Rumble this weekend. So you're coming off a week where you had another performer who suffered a concussion. And you don't need to have a firm diagnosis to see what we saw last night and know that this guy's probably fucked up in some way. You get him out of there because you could tell the doctor went over and he kind of waved her away. And I understand the wrestler mentality of like, I'm okay, right? And that's the way it would be with any athlete, football player, or whatever. Like, oh, I'm fine. Well, the thing is, like, you can't take their word for it because, of course, they're going to want to finish the match. Also, maybe they legitimately think they're fine, but they're not, right? Just because they feel fine doesn't mean that they are fine. As we found out, the guy had a punctured lung. I have no idea why they didn't pull him from the match. You could have, now I understand it would have made things difficult for Dominic and the War Raiders. They would have had to call an audible and figure something out, unless they just stopped the match. You could just stop the entire match. But it's not worth keeping him in there when you saw something so violent. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't break his neck. I was shocked when I heard it was broken ribs.
Yeah.
But when you slow it down, like I saw a screenshot, like a freeze frame, and you could tell, like, okay, it makes more sense that, you know, he would have punctured his lung and broken his ribs, like his body, just the way it hit that edge. And like you said, his head kind of ricocheted back. So it was nasty, and I just don't understand why he wasn't immediately pulled from the match. And I saw the referee for the match, Sean Bennett, he tweeted something out, basically putting McDonagh over as like a warrior and all that. And that's all well and good, and I'm glad he's going to be okay, obviously. But I don't think that we should be glorifying that in any way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's a tough SOB to be able to basically shake it off, and he didn't just go back to the match. Like, he did another moonsault. The thing is, like, there's another nasty bump that came later on where I think it might have been Eric. And as McDonagh, he I don't know if he got flipped in the air, but as he was coming down, like, he drove his knee into the back of his neck. So it's like, why is this guy still in the match? Because he took some abuse in the next several minutes. It wasn't like he just stood on the apron and didn't do anything. So they could have handled that, I think, a lot better. It was very scary. I'm not downplaying the injuries, but obviously, as he said in his tweet, it could have been a lot worse. And he's going to be out, it sounds like, for a couple of months. So we wish him well. But that was just very, very scary. And I just couldn't understand why they allowed him back in the match. Because how can you possibly evaluate him properly in a matter of seconds and determine that, okay, he's fine, so we'll let him go back and wrestle and do moonsaults and take bumps? Like, it's just ridiculous. It's ludicrous. You either take this shit seriously or you don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Adrenaline must be one hell of a fucking drug then.
But that's the point, though. Like, you can't, like, if he says he's okay, just because he says that doesn't mean that he is. Because maybe he's not lying to you. Maybe he feels like, oh, okay, I'm okay, I can move, and he's not feeling any pain, but it could be the adrenaline, right? So that's why you can't just take his word for it.
Well, you know, even though you sit with that feeling on it and that opinion on it, you know, I honestly think that it's going to end up, I think a lot of people feel that same way you do. I think a lot of it is going to come down to, you know, WWE wanting to just finish the match, and, you know, they needed to make a decision, and that's the decision they made. Whether it's right or wrong, it's, you know, it's whatever. But the situation last night, I think when McDonagh gets back to TV, you know, and the fact that he did continue the match, now that we know what the diagnosis was and we saw the spot, he continued the match with now a punctured lung and fucking broken ribs or whatever. He's going to be bigger when he comes back from it. And he's been largely cast as the fall guy in the Judgment Day. But
so what, though? Like, I'm
trying to think.
What kind of answer is that?
I'm trying to think positively of it. I mean, it's gonna be positive when he comes back to television.
But that's not a reason to leave him in the match, though. Like, you know, it's that might be the case. I'm not so sure, honestly. I kind of feel like he'll end up right back in the same spot he was in before. I mean, what do you think they're going to do with him? Turn him into Superman? I mean, come on. But yeah, okay, maybe he'll end up better off for it, but that's not an excuse to keep him in the match or you know, kind of glorify the fact that, oh man, he's a warrior. You know, he went back in there. It's like, he shouldn't have been in there to begin with. I just feel like. So Yeah, if they could turn it into something positive, I guess, maybe, but I wouldn't be glorifying that type of shit because that's scary. And they're a company that loves to talk about how they take this stuff seriously and they have their concussion protocols and all of that. I don't see how you can have a situation like that and they showed a replay of it. They didn't shy away from it, right? We saw what happened. Everybody reacted the same way. Like, how the fuck is this guy standing up? Like, it was just brutal. And you, like I said, you can't possibly evaluate him properly, I don't think, in a matter of seconds to where you determine that, okay, he's not concussed and nothing's broken and everything seems to be in working order. And he says he's okay. So let's just get this match done. Like, was this match even that important that if they had to stop it, like, we can't stop this match?
No.
Like, they were losing anyway. Like, there was no title.
Even if they wanted, I mean, they could have. It probably wouldn't have made any sense. Just plug Carlito. He was out there. Plug Carlito into the fucking match if they wanted.
Carlito's out there with his apple. Just send him and let him take his spot in the match, or call the fucking match off. Because again, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. They're on Netflix anyway, so okay, now you're a few minutes short, right? Who gives a shit? You have more flexibility now than you ever have before with this show. I wouldn't have seen it as that big of a deal if they had to call an audible and say, you know what, we don't want to sub anybody in there for him. We're just going to call a stop to this. I just think that would have been the right way to go. And even if he turned out to not be hurt, just be on the safe side, because this was not just like he kind of took a bump into the ring steps and it looked like, maybe it caught him a little too well. Like, dude, this guy looked like he was just destroyed on that bump. Michael Cole sounded so panicked, like he knew he was standing right there. So when you have a bump like that, it's like, okay, we got to play it safe here.
Do they do anything for those tables and maybe alter them for a situation to not happen?
Well, what are they going to do? What are they going to do?
I don't know.
Let's say the table was like the old tables they had, right? He still would have collided with the table. There's not a lot of room to maneuver out there. It's just, he probably just shouldn't have done it. I know he's done that spot before. It's not like the first time he's done it.
These tables look like they're made of a different material than the old tables, though. Maybe it's just the same material, but
no, I'm sure they
glossy.
are.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're probably more reinforced. Yeah. I mean, that's why we saw Braun Strowman get Samoan dropped on it and it didn't break the other night. So I'm sure they reinforce the tables unless they want the table to collapse, and then they won't reinforce it. But it's not even a matter of reinforced or not reinforced. If there is a table sitting there and he collides with the edge of that table, whether it has any give to it or not, he's going to get hurt. So I don't really see it making that much of a difference where, okay, we have to change how we design these tables. You could try to move the tables back. I don't know if doesn't seem like there's much room to do that. Or you could just not do a spot like that on that side of the ring, right? You could do it on the other side of the ring where you have the aisleway, and that would have made more sense.
Yeah, it was just it looked like it was a wrong spot, like you said, to be doing that. The momentum of his moonsault just carried him after the fact back into the table. It was a wrong place, wrong time to do that spot type of deal. So he's going to be out for a couple of months. We're obviously hoping that he gets back in one piece, 100%. And I think people will look at him a little differently when they get back. I mean, he's not going to be a fucking world champion when he gets back, but I do think that people are going to see him and take that warrior mentality and show a little bit more respect to him instead of putting JD McDonagh on the fucking dollar menu at McDonald's from now on.
Well, how does the Judgment Day look now? Because now we're left with Liv and Raquel, and we have Dom and we have Carlito. Because Balor hasn't even been around for a few weeks.
Listen, they're not the Judgment Day anymore because they got rid of their theme music.
Whatever they are, they're in a pretty sad state right now.
Yeah,
I mean, they were in a sad state before McDonagh got hurt, and now they're in an even sadder state. And with Zelina Vega being moved, because we didn't mention this, but she is no longer in the LWO. She, in the transfer window, has been moved over to SmackDown. And first thing I said in my review last night was, I guess we know where Malachi Black is going if he comes back to WWE. He'll likely end up on the SmackDown brand. Because otherwise, I would have said, let him take over the Judgment Day if you want to keep the group around and kind of reboot it with him as a leader and add some new people to it. But if he goes to SmackDown and the Judgment Day stays on Raw, then I guess they can't do that.
Hey, listen, if she's going on SmackDown, let's get her and Andrade back together, huh?
I'd be fine with that. Boy, Andrade could use something right now.
Yes.
Where's he been?
I don't know. Catering.
Oh, well, he'll probably be in the Rumble on Saturday. You know, I'm sure he'll do real well in the Rumble. But yeah, boy, he disappeared off the face of the earth, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He did. Zelina is on SmackDown. Speaking of Zelina, Rey Mysterio and Xavier Woods. Another decent TV match on Monday last night. I don't know where the New Day storyline is going. I don't really understand that. You know, I figured WWE coming out of the Big E turn would really embellish a little bit more with them. They have gotten TV time, and I've enjoyed the TV time that they've gotten, but I don't know how you feel, Jason. I feel like we should have gotten more. Like, I don't really know where they're going, what the end goal is here. I feel like WWE's kind of cooled them off a little bit. Do you feel that same way?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it had that great angle. It really was one of the best segments they did on TV all year. And they had so much heat. You know who got that heat last night? Logan Paul.
Yeah.
That's the heat that New Day was getting a month ago. And they still get heat. I'm not saying they don't. Like, it's crickets when they come out. But, like, it's not what it was a month ago because they've not done anything with them. It's only in the last couple of weeks that we're even seeing them in singles matches. So now Kofi lost the match, and now Xavier lost the match. And it just sort of reinforces, I guess, everything that they were saying about each other prior to them, you know, shitting on Big E. Because what led to this in the first place, right? They were at each other's throats because they kept losing. So they've reinforced the idea that they're losers. Is this going anywhere? Because I feel like they were sort of relegated to the background for so many weeks. It kind of cooled them off a little bit. It can still be salvaged, though. I just don't know. Again, I thought they were heading towards a tag team match where it was going to be them against Rey and a mystery partner. I thought maybe it would turn out to be Penta. And I do wonder if that was the plan because they dropped that cold, right? What's happened since then? They've had some singles matches. Whatever happened to the tag team match they agreed to? We never got it. So I think they just decided to change course and Penta debuted against Chad Gable instead. He's doing very well. And New Day was sort of just, you know, relegated to the background. And they shouldn't be. They should be one of the top heel attractions right now on Monday Night Raw.
Maybe they get built up for a tag team title opportunity. I have no clue where this is going.
Well, I mean, I just assumed that's where it was headed, right? They got the titles off the Judgment Day. They're on baby faces again.
Yep.
And so it's just a matter of when do you do it? You want to save it for WrestleMania? Do you want to do it, you know, next month? But if the War Raiders are going to drop those titles to anyone, who else would it be if not the New Day?
Yeah. I remember the New Day and the then Viking Raiders had a great Vikings rules match. I don't know where that was on Raw or SmackDown. I mean,
SmackDown.
That was a very good match. I remember that match that they had. Great stuff. So maybe that's where they're going, but I do feel like they dropped the ball. I don't know where Big E fits into this. I know I'm assuming he will be at WrestleMania and have a role in this, but again, just feels very cold. And like Jason said, they're both losers. They should be winners. Prove me that what you're saying is correct. And yesterday they didn't even get a fucking entrance. They were just in the ring. I don't know why.
Well,
we got a 2.5 hour show, and they don't get a fucking entrance.
Well, they got an entrance. Yeah, I saw the entrance because what I've been doing is I've been watching with my VPN, and so I don't see any of the commercials. So when they go to commercial break, I see what happens during the breaks. So what happened is they came out and they were cutting a promo as they came to the ring. That's why I said they were still getting good heat. And Kofi shit on Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons, and that got them, you know, obviously that got them some heat. And then we had Michael Cole on commentary say, "Oh, they just," I'm paraphrasing here, but basically he was like, "They just talk crap about the local sports team. That's what you do when you're the bad guy." And then Pat McAfee goes, "Healing, baby." I'm like, "Oh my God." I go, this must not be airing on TV.
No, I didn't hear none of that.
Yeah. No, they were. He was shitting on the Falcons there. So that happened during the commercial break. There's some interesting things that go down. So that means you didn't hear the Michael Cole freestyle rap.
I did not. Thank God. Apparently, from what I've read on social media, I'm glad I didn't.
Well, unfortunately, I had to sit through it. It really was. I don't even know if you can call it a rap so much. He just sort of read words. But they were talking about all the rappers that they had in it. How many rappers did they have in attendance last night?
Yeah, about 3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, they had like Quavo, and they had 2 Chainz was there, and little Yachty. So they had like a whole bunch of them there. And during one of the commercial breaks, Cole's saying, I have won many awards for my raps here in all my years in WWE. And Pat McAfee's like, well, let's hear one of them. And it like legitimately, I don't have it in front of me, but legitimately, it was just him going like, my name is Cole. Dude, it was so bad. Like it's not even worth repeating. But yeah, this is the type of content that you get if you tune into the commercial breaks.
Did you use your Canadian server again?
I did. I tapped into my ExpressVPN, and I became a Canadian resident last night.
There you go.
I was able to see all of this stuff. Pat McAfee at one point interviewed Xavier Woods' family in the front row. His mom and his sister, and then he saw Lil Yachty, and he said, and I quote, "Holy shit, Lil Yachty!" and
Wow.
You could hear Michael Cole on headset, like, "Yep, there you go."
Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't get none of this stuff. I did see the. I guess this aired the handshake. Pat McAfee's like, no, you stay here with the regular handshake. None of this pound.
Oh, the dap.
Yeah.
The dapping. Yes.
Yeah, none of that. So I laughed at that, but yeah, I got to get on the VPN train. I'm missing a lot. So
yeah, it's weird though, and I don't know if it's because I'm watching it on a VPN, so I see all these segments. I don't know if you feel this way. The timing on these shows these last couple of weeks, it's very weird. Like the end of the show when they did the angle after the Drew McIntyre Sami Zayn match, which Drew won again.
I thought the show was over.
I thought the show was over. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I'm like, holy shit, the show's over. Like, that's it. And then they just cut back and the show just continued. They had the Cody. I almost missed the best segment on the entire show. And I wonder how many people thought the show was over and just turned it off. But there were a lot of weird moments like that. And a couple of miscues where Cole started reading something and then apologized because they weren't going to that next. It's very un-WWE like.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that the last couple of weeks. So it was very, I felt like I was watching Dynamite. Like it was very strange.
Yeah, very relaxed environment over on Monday night.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's still, I thought I enjoyed last night's show for sure. But outside all that, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Naomi, Bianca, the heels get the victory here. Looks like they're setting Liv and Raquel up for a possible tag team title opportunity or potential tag team title run. I don't know where Jade Cargill fits into that. I know we've discussed Bianca potentially being another one of those dark horse picks for the Royal Rumble. I know the rumor was, as of last week, that WWE has discussed at least Bianca maybe winning the Rumble and getting Bianca and Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania in Las Vegas, which I could absolutely see happening. We'll discuss that in a little bit when we go over the Rumble stuff. But the heels do get the victory here. And where Jade fits in, I don't know. Maybe she shows up on Saturday night. We'll see. There were some streamers in the crowd. IYO Speed and Kai Cenat.
Well, no, he was. IYO Speed was not there.
Oh no, he was. He was on video for Triple H. No,
right. Yeah. So during the week, Triple H he called IYO Speed and invited him to Indianapolis for the Royal Rumble. You know, we stream here. I didn't get my invite. Did you get your invite?
I would probably. You would get an invite before I do.
Well, I didn't get no invite. But IYO Speed is going to be at the Royal Rumble. And then they had Kai Cenat. He was there. And actually, his entrance was during one of the commercial breaks. He got one of the biggest pops on the entire show. So he got a full entrance. He came down to the ring, and Pat McAfee is interviewing him. And he says this. He's been a big wrestling fan his whole life. And this is his first time at the match, I think is what he said. It sounds like he's fucking 60 years old. My first time at the matches tonight. But then McAfee surprised him and go, well, you're going to be going to Indianapolis this weekend. And then they tried to play up some, like, hey, IYO Speed, I'm going to see you there in Indianapolis. So they're probably going to waste like 1 or 2 Rumble spots, like in the men's match on these guys. But they have a huge following. So, I mean, maybe it'll get over. I just remember Pat McAfee in the Rumble last year and what a waste of a fucking spot.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, I guess having IYO Speed and Kai Cenat in the Rumble is. I mean, I don't really see it as a positive, as just looking head on. I don't waste a spot on someone like that, especially this year with the magnitude of this Rumble. But I could see them doing it for publicity reasons, or maybe getting them involved with Logan Paul in the Rumble, being that they're all huge streamers. I mean, this is the day and age that we're living in, and we got to get used to it. Us old timers, we're not the demographic anymore, apparently. So.
This is the TKO era. I mean, this is what it's all about. You know, they want their celebrities, they want their influencers, their social media influencers. I mean,
I complained about the fucking Rumble theme last night on social media, and people were calling me old. I'm like, I'm not old, but I also know what good music sounds like, and I don't really figure that to sound like good music for the Royal Rumble. But
I don't really understand why Triple H isn't using like Poppy, because I'll be honest with you, like, there's a song that came out a few months ago. I don't follow her or anything like that, but there's a song, and I don't remember the name of it. It's a pretty damn good song. And I said, this song would be perfect for one of their PLEs. And obviously he was fond of her in NXT. He would use her all the time. I don't know why we haven't seen her pop up or her music.
He used a lot of indie rock artists or metal artists on NXT Black and Gold. I don't think Triple H has a say in the music that is showcased on the main roster at all. I think it's somebody else. Might be Nick Khan. Might be TKO. Who knows?
Could be. Yeah. It could be Bruce.
Could be Bruce, but apparently I'm old. Jason's old. We don't get this culture. We don't get the current way of social media and what's in nowadays.
So wait a minute. Well, hold on a second though, because didn't you pitch a fit when Tony Khan had the Pointer Sisters open up Dynamite? I would think that would be more your speed, right? Isn't that not more from your era? Would you be? Why would you not want to hear the Pointer Sisters and Elton John? I would think you would be a fan of that.
Me be a fan of Tony Khan's Pointer Sisters?
But you're talking about how, this newer music that you don't like, but is that music not more in line with, something that you would rather listen to?
Bro, that's like 10 years before I was fucking placed on this earth. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Why would I like that? I mean, I don't have a problem with that type of music. If I'm at a fucking 70th anniversary for my grandparents.
Okay, all right.
But I mean, I'm not. You're not gonna find that shit on my Spotify playlist. I mean, you've been in the car before. You know what I listen to.
No, I know.
Jesus.
I'm just picturing that you said that. Like, all the 70-year-olds are probably tuning into Dynamite now. Like, they're big fans of the show because they open with the Pointer Sisters, and maybe Tony Khan is picking off the 70 demographic for a show. Maybe that's what he was trying to do.
Well, I don't know what happened to the song. We complained about it one week and then it went away. What happened to it?
we haven't heard it since. Where's the Pointer Sisters? We haven't heard it since. But we have Elton John back on Collision though. So
what was the show? What wasn't NXT that had like some outrageous number for the 50 plus demographic? Wasn't it NXT back in the day?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, it was like mid 50s or something. It was like the average age of the television viewer, I think.
Yeah, that's
it was getting older. You want to get younger. You don't want to get older, but they were getting older.
Well, I mean, just look at who's in the main event scene on Dynamite. I mean, the Pointer Sisters probably does work best for Tony Khan if that's the case.
Well, evidently not. Because
John Moxley, Jeff Jarrett, Dustin Rhodes.
So you think that's what they're listening to at the gym when they're getting their pump on, the Pointer Sisters?
I do.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think so. I don't think Dustin Rhodes is listening to the Pointer Sisters when he's working out in his home gym.
I hope not. I don't want to see what's on Tony's Spotify. But yeah, I don't know. The music nowadays is not my cup of tea. Yeah.
It's hit or miss. It's hit or miss.
Yeah, I'm an 80s baby who has a 90s soul, man. You throw some what happened to the Limp Bizkits and the Corns and Slipknots. Well, I mean, this was every month or every quarter with NXT Black and Gold Takeover. What happened? I don't know. Now we got the Weekend. We got.
Well, we have Flo Rida for like 6 years in a row.
Well, that's all right. Flo Rida, he's not bad, but
I don't hate Flo Rida. I'm just saying I wish there was some more variety.
I don't even mind the Travis Scott Raw theme. I don't mind it. It's just an overabundance of just the same type of music. It's like they're allergic to rock music. Anything with some bass and some fucking drums in it. Nothing. Like, what happened? The only rock we hear all year is fucking Ozzy Osbourne for Survivor Series. It's like, let's go to War Pigs again. That's the only thing we're allowed to. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I'm not the one picking the music, so you're asking the wrong guy here. But yeah,
I wish Drowning Pool, Nickelback, no, thank you. Linkin Park, no, thank you. Not my type of thing. But I mean, Jason just mentioned the Steve Austin fucking anniversary theme with Disturbed. Yeah. I mean, what happened to that type of shit, man? Give me something with some balls to it.
Yeah, I was listening to that the other day. It's great. I mean, it doesn't sound radically different, but it's like a new mix of his Glass Shatters theme because it's been 25 years. And I don't know why the original song was not available for streaming anywhere, but this new mix is on Spotify now, and I was listening to it the other day, and it's fucking great. Like I heard really, I had forgotten how great that song was, to the point where if Austin was going to be at Mania this year, and I know he just had a knee replacement, but they're going to be in his backyard, give him an entrance. I would love for him to come out to that song.
Yeah, I would love to see that. It'd be the closest thing to rock music that we got on the show. Why not?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Let's see. Ladies, we got through that. Kai Cenat, we got through that. We got Sami Zayn and Drew McIntyre. Sami is what, 0-11 against Drew McIntyre? Hasn't got one win against
0-11
against Drew
You know what
McIntyre.
I'm wondering? Because they're obviously not going to tell the story this year. But what would you think for WrestleMania next year if the idea was that Drew McIntyre went into that show as the world champion and they had Sami Zayn finally beat him and win the world title on that show?
I like it.
Yeah, I like that too.
Sami winning the Rumble, maybe?
Yeah.
In Saudi.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Perfect. We're already booking next year's WrestleMania. Look at that.
We're booking the territory for 42. Look at this. It's so easy.
This was a good match. I could watch these guys wrestle all night. They're fucking great. McIntyre's great. He cheated to win with the leverage pin on the ropes. And then obviously things broke down at the end of the show. We got the haluva kick on Cody Rhodes after Cody tried to come out and help Sami. Inadvertently, the same thing happened to Seth Rollins just a week before. So Sami's making some mistakes on the way to the Rumble. Kevin Owens was out there. He looked at the damage done and he patted Sami Zayn on the chest to be like, there you go, bro. Good job. Job well done. Let's do the same thing on Saturday. Help me win the world championship, which we'll get to in a little bit. And then we got the promo from Cody, and out comes CM Punk. And this was a tremendous piece of business. I'm not going to go over the entire dialogue between the two, but the point of the matter is here, Jason, they absolutely teased one of the biggest matches. It's probably in the top two that they could probably do outside of, actually top three, Roman Rock, Punk Roman, and then Cody and Punk. It'd definitely be the top three. One of the biggest matches at WrestleMania this year. They, to me, they're really kind of egging it on with Punk finishing his story this year, main eventing WrestleMania after the injury last year. And they're making it blatantly obvious to me that I don't think he's going to win the Rumble. I don't think Punk is. If he wins, great. I'm all for it. I just don't think he's going to win the Rumble. I don't know how you felt coming out of this. If they main event, and Cody has said once before, keep the speculation going, keep the rumors going online. We love it. You guys have no idea what is going on. It's going to be unpredictable and exciting. Now, we all figured Rock and Cody would be the direction. Then we heard Cena and Cody. If they do Cody and Punk, it is definitely a deviation away from things. How you feeling coming out of this segment? And is CM Punk still your guy to win the Rumble on Saturday?
Yeah. I'm going with CM Punk to win the Royal Rumble. And the thing I like about what they're doing right now, independent of just this segment, just kind of overall, like big picture, they have done a very good job of weaving in a lot of different potential stories going into and coming out of this Royal Rumble. So Sami and Drew, Punk and Drew will be in the Rumble, so I'm sure we'll have some interaction with them again. I wouldn't be surprised if they repeat the spot from last year with the Future Shock, kind of give people a heart attack there. Cena going for number 17. He's got to win the Rumble if he's going to get there. So you got the Cena story going on. Roman Reigns, right, trying to get his championship back. Roman and Punk. Is Punk going to cash in on that favor from the wise men? Like, there's so many, and then of course Punk and Rollins. Yeah. There's so many different stories that they have weaved in here, just specifically in the men's match. That's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to this match more than usual. Like I'm genuinely excited to see what they're going to do because I'm not sure, but there's a lot of different possibilities. And Punk and Cody is one of them. This is the second year in a row that, this close to the Rumble. They have, because I think it closed the show last year too, but we had a segment last year where Punk and Cody went face to face. And so here we are again. The difference this time, of course, is that Cody is the champion now, whereas last year it came down. They were the final two. Remember that? I mean, they wrestled for several minutes.
Yep.
And Punk did with a torn tricep before he got tossed out of the ring. And so this time Cody is the champion. Punk has to win if he wants to get a shot at Cody. So I like that dynamic. I think the dialogue was good. Cody sounded...
He sounded like he had the weight of the world on his fucking back and he was breaking last night. That's the one thing I took away from the segment. He sounded really, really defeated, which is good because I want to see him struggle going into WrestleMania this year.
Well, he made that comment. He goes, CM Punk, I don't have any friends. You're my friend, CM Punk.
What about the guys over in Jacksonville? No friends no more?
Yeah, well. That's what was funny about it, that he would make that comment and then say, CM Punk, you're my friend.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was, I like the dialogue. I like the back and forth. I like the fact that Punk said, look, I'm going to stab you in the front as opposed to stabbing you in the back. So I thought it was good. I thought it was the highlight of the entire show, honestly, was that closing segment on a show that otherwise was fine. It just wasn't, overly exciting. And my big takeaway is I just love the different directions that they could go with this Rumble. I think the best Rumbles are story-based.
Yeah.
They are. I mean, that's one of the things I loved about the 2020 Royal Rumble when they had Brock Lesnar as the champion. I'm going to prove that nobody's as good as me. I'm the champ and I'm going to enter at number one. And it was like every time somebody came out to the ring, there was some different interaction. Or Shelton Benjamin comes out and they're talking about how the two of them used to be roommates and they used to be friends. And then eventually McIntyre comes out. He dumps Brock and then Edge came back. Like there were so many different things going on. You mentioned 1992 earlier, right? Same thing. You had the story of Flair entering at number 3. It's not fair to Flair. He's got to go through all these men. But at the same time, you had Jake the Snake and the Macho Man, Savage trying to get his hands on him. Those, to me, are the best Royal Rumble matches. This one has the potential to be that.
Yeah, I agree. Even the 2016 Rumble with Roman Reigns defending the title coming in at number 1, I thought that was a great Rumble too. The struggle there, Yeah. I thought that those, like you said, story-driven Rumbles for sure.
The lingering camera shot on Roman Reigns as AJ Styles made his debut.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's always great.
A botch that will live in infamy. The one line here, Jason, that I took away from this Punk promo on Cody, I think it was last year. I think it was after Punk was injured and then they had a face-to-face, I believe. It might have been on the Raw after the Rumble last year. It was almost like Punk was a fortune teller telling Cody exactly what was going to happen for his WrestleMania season and basically alluded that The Rock was going to come in and take his spot away. Last night, he said something that kind of stuck with me, and I wonder if you thought the same thing, or maybe it was just nothing, maybe it's just me. He said he has to sacrifice with less time at home with his wife and his daughter, empty nights with sold-out stadiums chanting his name. He says that means something to men like them. While he's doing that, someone is getting into the best shape of their life. He says they will win the Royal Rumble and be ready to take him out. Now, Punk went on to say the bad news is that person is me, but could you see that being somebody else? Could you see that Punk being a fortune teller come into fruition again? Maybe he's alluding to what you discussed with Dwayne kind of surprising everybody, yeah? Did you feel that same way with that specific line in the promo last night?
I mean, the thought crossed my mind, because Rock would have to be in his training camp right now, right? He'd have to be
and he's relatively quiet right now. We haven't heard a fucking word from him.
Yeah, he's been awfully quiet.
Yeah,
the last few weeks. So yeah, I mean, the thought, it briefly crossed my mind. And again, I talked about this weeks and weeks ago about him coming out at 31 when Cena thinks he won the Rumble, but you could substitute anybody in that spot. It could be Roman. It could be it could be anybody, and then Rock comes out and steals their moment away from them. Because what did Rock say on NXT when he cut that meandering promo that week? He's like, shut your mouth and enjoy the ride The Rock is taking you on, or whatever it was that he said.
Yeah.
And then he's been awfully quiet ever since. Very possible. But I'm sticking with CM Punk. I think Punk is going to get that win that he was deprived of last year. He got dumped out. That shot of him sitting on the floor outside right in front of the announce desk, all dejected and injured. And, him, when it comes to championship matches, you could plug him into either one. You could do Cody and Punk. You could do Punk and Gunther. You could have Gunther lose that championship to Seth Rollins before WrestleMania, and Punk has to challenge Seth to win the World Heavyweight title. Like, there's different ways that you can go with it. It works either way. But obviously they heavily tease him and Cody. So if Punk were to win the Rumble, it would be tough to not see him go after Cody Rhodes the way they set things up. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, there's so many different ways this can go.
If it ends up being Punk and Cody in the main event of WrestleMania Night 2, Tony Khan may be crying himself to sleep that Sunday night. I don't know.
Well, it's the two that got away.
Yeah.
It's the two that got away, and the two that, honestly, their departures are what had the greatest impact on the current state and direction of AEW. I think more so Cody, honestly, than Punk leaving is what had a real negative effect on AEW. But yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about that we could potentially have that as a WrestleMania main event. And when you consider where they were just a few years ago and where they are now, it's something.
Yeah, I'm excited. A lot of unpredictability. I guess we'll get into the Rumble talk right now. We will definitely talk about the men's and women's Rumbles. Let's talk about the two actual wrestling matches that we have on Saturday night. We'll start with the tag team title. DIY defending the tag team championships against the Motor City Machine Guns. 2 out of 3 falls. I would say, you would almost have to think that the Machine Guns squeak out a victory here, no? And win the tag team titles?
No, I'm going with DIY to retain.
Okay.
I think they eke out a win, 2 falls to 1. I think they just got the belts back. And it's not as if the state of the tag team division has changed so radically in the last few weeks that, okay, let's put the belts back on the Machine Guns and we have some great heel team waiting in the wings to challenge them.
Yeah.
So I think it would make more sense, frankly, to keep the belts on DIY, and maybe, just maybe, the Street Profits might finally win one, because I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah, I'm going to go with DIY as well. I think the division is best if DIY remain champions right now. Motor City Machine Guns probably going to be the...
Them. I changed him. I said I changed you.
Yeah.
You were going this way, and I convinced you to go the other way.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going. Obviously, there's got to be a resolution to this DIY manipulation tactic backstage, kind of just, fucking around with Pretty Deadly and Street Profits. I don't know what's going on there. At least there's some sort of story coming out of the tag team division, which is better than what we're used to on Friday nights. I'm expecting a really great match, 4 great wrestlers. Probably as close to a takeover match that we will get from Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano. I'm going DIY. Looking forward to it. And Machine Guns probably going to be a breakout performance for them. Good for them.
It should be. I think it's a case of Triple H wanting to get his boys on a big stadium show.
Yeah.
And here's a huge opportunity for them to go out in front of 65,000 people. No commercials, no television restrictions, and not a lot of matches on this card. So they should have plenty of time. It's 2 out of 3 falls. If this match goes any less than 20 minutes, it's a waste of a stipulation. So you can give them a solid 20, 22 minutes, even 18, 20 minutes, something like that. Let them go out there and do what they do best. What do they do best? They wrestle, right? They have great matches. So I'm expecting a great match, but I just think the titles are going to stay where they are.
Cody Rhodes, he defends the WWE Championship against Kevin Owens, who is in possession of the Winged Eagle Championship. This will be contested in a ladder match with both titles being held above the ring.
Well, let's talk about the match order here, because I'm thinking they open with that tag match, and then they go into the Women's Rumble, and then we get the other title match, and that's kind of the buffer between the Women's Rumble and the Men's Rumble, and they close with the Men's Rumble.
I was going to say, I think they open with the Women's Rumble, go into the tag team, then the World title, and then the Men's Rumble.
So you think they do the 2 title matches back to back?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they bookend the show with the Royal Rumbles, yeah.
Now, it'll be very interesting if they close with the ladder match, because that would tell me that they have some major angle plan for the end of the show. Because I don't see them closing with that match, but if they did, they would almost have to have some big angle plan, would they not?
Absolutely. Now they're not going off the show. They're not going off the air with the show ending with Cody Rhodes, and then all right, we'll see you guys on Monday. No. Either Randy
I'm just saying, like, either that or depending on who wins the men's Rumble, maybe they come out to confront Cody.
Yeah. Maybe it ends up being Punk. Who knows? Yeah, I'm going with DIY, and then we got this championship match here. There have been several WWE Championship matches that have taken place at the Royal Rumble that have been fantastic. This is just a nice throwback to see the WWE Championship defended at the Rumble. We don't get it often, but some of the matches that really stick out to me, I took some notes before the show. Obviously, I loved 1993. Obviously, 92 was for the WWF Championship. Ric Flair won the Royal Rumble. The title was on the line in the Rumble match. 93, I loved Brett versus Razor Ramon. 1994, I loved Yoko versus The Undertaker in the casket match.
What's interesting about that? Scott Hall was hurt going into that match.
Really?
He had a knee injury. Oh, yeah.
You couldn't tell.
He had a knee injury, and so he was very limited in what he could do. But I still think they had a very good match.
Yeah. I thought they had a very good match. They always work well together. They worked just as good in the 93 King of the Ring. Yeah. Yep. Brett versus Diesel, 1995 Royal Rumble. I thought that was a great match. Their Survivor Series match was obviously the better of the two, but I thought that was great. We had...
it's weird. I think their Rumble match is the worst of the three. Because they wrestled at the King of the Ring in 94.
Yep.
When they were, I think Diesel was IC.
Yep.
And Brett was the world champion. And I feel like that was the better, like between that and the Rumble in 95.
That's funny. I thought the Rumble match was better than the King of the Ring match.
I don't know. I always had the Rumble 95 match last. And I thought it was kind of lame the way they had all the interference, Owen and then Shawn, and I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it was Art Donovan on commentary that threw it off of me.
Could be. He was probably asking how much.
Chat's probably asking who. Yeah, we're old. Sorry.
These old guys talking about fucking Art Donovan. Who the hell's that? Like, yeah, go look up Art Donovan. How much does this guy weigh? You'll get a very interesting education about his King of the Ring 94 appearance.
John Cena, AJ Styles, 2017. Obviously, Angle Benoit, 2003. Lesnar, Rollins, John Cena, 2015. I mean, there's a plethora of matches you guys could go back and watch. So Cody and Kevin Owens, is just going to fit nicely into the lineage of great WWE Championship matches at the Rumble. That's what I'm going to go for.
Yeah, it was funny. I was sitting in on the Kurt Angle had a seminar before the House of Glory show on Saturday with some of the students there. So I was kind of sitting in on it and listening to the Q&A. And somebody asked them about how do you feel about, according to Dave Meltzer, never having a 5-star match in your career?
Oh, God.
And he was very diplomatic. He didn't like rip Dave or anything. He was just like, Dave Meltzer says I never had a 5-star match in my career. And everyone's like, boo. And he's like, I don't know. I feel like I had tons of 5-star matches. And he named that Angle Benoit match from the Royal Rumble as a match that he thought was a 5-star match. I mean, I remember they gave Benoit a standing ovation when that match was over. But yeah, he was like rattling off a whole bunch of matches that he thinks were 5-star matches. Him and Shawn at WrestleMania, him and Undertaker in No Way Out. And he's right. Again, it's a very subjective thing, but just hearing you mention that match, he just talked about that the other day as just a fantastic match.
It's like a fucking great match.
And Kevin Owens has been involved the last few years. He's had at least a couple of championship matches against Roman.
Yeah.
And he's fallen short. And here we are again. And guess what? He's going to fall short again. Because I do not see Kevin Owens walking out with that WWE Championship.
No, I do not. It's going to be a great match. It's going to be interesting to see how they wiggle in the ladder match stipulation. I always get worried when, especially someone like Cody Rhodes or anybody that is a champion that's going to have a big role at WrestleMania in such a dangerous match, right before WrestleMania season. I think they're going to kill it. I think it's going to be a lot of story-based. I think they're going to try and differentiate themselves from what we've seen previously with ladder matches. I think ladder matches have been overdone and overbooked for a large portion of the last 5 years. Everything just feels the same. You got two great storytellers here. I think they're going to try their best to really kind of carve out what a ladder match should be as compared to what we are used to seeing, which is death-defying stunts and fucking people jumping off the ladder and all the same type of spots that we usually see. So I'm excited to see it, but it all comes down to the ending, Jason. How is Kevin Owens going to walk away a loser? Is it going to be because of Randy Orton? Is it going to be because of Sami Zayn? Is he going to show up on Saturday and maybe hint that he's going to help KO, but then not help KO? Is that going to factor in KO eliminating Sami from the Rumble? Is it going to just go back and forth? How do you see this playing out? Because I think everybody's kind of fixated on Randy Orton, but that might be a little too predictable. I don't know. And like I mentioned before, if Randy Orton's coming back, who's to say he's not going to attack Cody Rhodes and just leave Kevin Owens and spare Kevin Owens after sitting at home realizing that, you know what, KO's right. Cody's in the wrong. I'm going after Cody.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on whether or not Randy is going to be involved here. I think the real story here is going to be Owens and Sami. And Owens relying on Sami to be there to watch his back, and he won't be. So either Orton could get involved and then Sami just doesn't show up. Or Sami does show up and he's kind of conflicted and he ends up not helping. Owens wants him to do something, push Cody off the ladder or something. But in the end, Sami Zayn resists. And it ends up costing Kevin Owens the championship. And then I think Kevin Owens will show up in the Royal Rumble, and not in the Rumble match, but just he'll show up during the Rumble, and either he will take Sami out on his way to the ring before he even gets in, which leaves an empty spot open, which could then be filled by a surprise, or he, helps eliminate Sami Zayn from the Royal Rumble match. And that will then, kick off their issue, which you can then play out to Elimination Chamber or WrestleMania. So yeah, I think Sami won't be there for him in his time of need. He'll get his revenge on him in the Rumble match, and then we're off to the races. But where Randy Orton then fits into that with Owens, I don't know. I don't know. It depends. I mean, do you have Orton as a surprise entry in the Rumble, and he just completely no-sells KO and doesn't go after the guy who put him on the shelf? It's kind of weird, no?
Yeah, it is. It is a little weird. I think the best course of action is to finish that up, that Randy does come back and target Kevin Owens. I do think that they will end up being each other's WrestleMania opponent. I don't know where Sami fits into WrestleMania. I do think that what you said, we get Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn in Toronto at the Sky Dome or Rogers Center for Elimination Chamber, and then we get KO and Randy at WrestleMania. But then where does that leave Sami for WrestleMania? I said last night on my stream, I was trying to just fantasy book a WrestleMania card with what we saw coming out of Monday last night, because this is an ever-evolving thing. We don't really know where WrestleMania is going to land. And again, a lot of it hangs in the balance just based on what The Rock, if he's going to be involved or not. If we have a clear answer, a yes or a no, I think this card could finally start taking shape the way that we're envisioning. But I said, what if Sami's WrestleMania opponent ends up being Seth Rollins? Do you think that's a possibility, seeing that we've gotten Rollins and Sami kind of interacting with each other? They may end up being their WrestleMania opponents.
It's possible, yeah, because if Seth Rollins doesn't wrestle CM Punk, where the hell do you put him on the card?
Yeah, nowhere. Unless it's Gunther, but I don't really see that taking place either.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, there's a couple of big names like that just, without that one person that you would expect them to be against, there's no other obvious place for them. So we've had a bunch of backstage segments and interactions with Rollins and Zayn. They're friends, right? Zayn said last night, "Are we cool now?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're cool, but if you pull that shit again, next time." So yeah, I could see that. I could see them not really having any other place, and kind of by process of elimination, they almost have to wrestle each other.
Maybe Sami inadvertently eliminates Seth Rollins after trying to help each other in the Rumble, inadvertently eliminates him in the Rumble on Saturday with some weird situation. I don't know.
Could be. And then Rollins says, "Okay, look, I told you before, you pull that stunt again, I'm going to assume it wasn't by accident." Yeah, I could see that.
And maybe Rollins ends up turning heel. You know, I do think that's a welcome change for him. I would love to see him get a fresh coat of paint. I think this babyface Rollins shtick needs to kind of be altered a little bit. I think a heel run would do him good. So maybe. I don't know.
I agree.
We'll see. Cody's definitely walking out as the champ. There's absolutely no reason to think. I listen, I love a good story and a nice dash of unpredictability, but I just don't see them taking the belt off Cody only to put it back on him and then walk into WrestleMania. That's just very counterproductive.
Yeah, no, I mean, at this point,
yeah, it's too late.
This late in the game, yeah, I mean, at this late in the game, you're going to keep the title on him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think what it does mean is that we have reached the end of our Winged Eagle appearances on TV.
Sadly,
yes. Yeah. Sadly.
I saw a meme today. I don't know if you saw the same thing, where Shawn Michaels was posing with the WWF Winged Eagle belt on the cover of Playgirl, and then there was a picture of Kevin Owens from Saturday night's main event kissing the title, and the pictures were back to back. Did you see that one?
Thankfully, no. I did not, and I have no interest in seeing that.
The recommended section is the Wild Wild West on X, man. It really is.
Yeah, no, I'm sad to say I did not see that.
Okay. Chat, let me know if you saw it. I unfortunately had to get a quick glimpse of it before I scrolled past it. Yes, Cody's walking out as the WWE champion on Saturday night. Whatever happens after that, I welcome it. Can't wait to see what happens. The Women's Rumble is going to be one of the more probably the most star-studded Women's Rumble that we've had in the 6 years that we've had the Women's Royal Rumble take place. There are a couple of heavy hitters in this thing that could absolutely win it. We got Charlotte in there. Becky's probably going to be in there returning. You know, maybe Alexa Bliss, maybe Jade Cargill, and we get that storyline kind of playing out in the Rumble. We'll see what happens there. Nia's in it. Naomi. NXT talent's going to be in there. We'll probably end up seeing Roxanne Perez. Maybe we see a Julia. Maybe we see a Stephanie Vaquer. Obviously, Jordynne Grace is going to be there. Bianca. Tons of names. Io's a fan favorite. Io's the fan favorite to win this thing. I wouldn't say she's the odds-on favorite. Asuka may be returning. A lot of names, Jason.
A lot of names, and you mentioned before, Jordynne Grace is your dark horse pick. I'm not going with her to win, but I think you want to come up with somebody out of left field and really shake things up and try to make a star in one night. You go with Jordynne Grace, and you have her pick Rhea Ripley to challenge her WrestleMania. Now that would be a hell of a way for them to go. And I think it's a very realistic possibility. I'm not going with her. I don't think she's going to win. But I would love to see it. You mentioned Roxanne. Not only do I see Roxanne in the Rumble, I would say that she ends up eliminating Bayley.
I see that too. Yep.
Yeah, and then that could set up whatever. I guess maybe they'll do the match between them at Vengeance Day. But I could see that also being a WrestleMania match. Bayley's on record as saying that she would love to be Roxanne's first WrestleMania match. And it's right there.
I say do it. Let's get a 2-match series out of it. Vengeance Day, Bayley gets the win, and then WrestleMania, Roxanne gets the win. That's the way I'd like to see it play out. But again, star-studded.
Yeah. The
only thing that I hope does not happen on Saturday is Charlotte winning the Royal Rumble. Now, I know the rumor is it was even reported by Fightful, and we've talked about it. I think everybody's kind of talked about it and kind of pieced the puzzle together. Charlotte and Tiffany Stratton probably have a date for a WrestleMania match for the Women's Championship. I think Charlotte coming back winning the Royal Rumble would take a Royal Rumble that is very exciting and just kind of water it down to be like, here's the same old shit. She comes back, she gets championship opportunity handed to her, wins the Royal Rumble, and then we move on to whatever happens next. I would be okay if she won the Chamber, but the Rumble, I honestly feel like should be used to build somebody else up. At the same time, you could get Charlotte where you want her through the Chamber. She doesn't necessarily need the Rumble. That's just my opinion.
But you have to have her. Do you agree? You have to have her in that final.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to. You want to really build drama, and the people that don't want to see her win, have them on the edge of their seat. You need to have her in there at the very end.
Yes, she will definitely be a part of the fabled Final Four. I am okay with that, as long as she doesn't win. So who I'm ultimately going with here is, I know there's a couple of names. Jordynne Grace is my dark horse. If she wins, I'm very ecstatic about that. I think Rhea and Jordynne Grace would kill it at WrestleMania. I don't think she's going to win it, and I don't think WWE is going to go and strap the rocket pack to her that quickly. I am going with I'm going to go with IYO. And the reason is because I feel like WWE gave us that ending. It was before we got to the new year where they had that it wasn't a pull apart. They both held the championship up at the same time. And that one episode of Monday Night Raw went off the air. I do think that if WWE wants to create a new baby face in the women's division, obviously you got your Biancas, you got your Jordynne Graces who are just arriving on the scene, and Roxanne. IYO has put in the work, has done what she needs to do to get over with the audience, has consistently put on great performances. To me, I feel like that should be rewarded in something like this. And plus, if you're going to do IYO and Rhea at WrestleMania, it is going to be a killer match. You get the best of both worlds, plus the fans are happy. I think IYO is the all-around best choice for the Royal Rumble. Though, if it's not IYO, like Jason said, I could see Bianca winning it because I did say, when the WWE 2K24 promotional shit went out, it was Rhea and Bianca. I felt like it was then a foreshadowing of what's to come, and I do think that it could realistically play out this year. I would be okay with that because Bianca's been on the lower end of things, and I think the tag team shit is well beneath her, and she's also put on great performances and should be deserved. I'm going to go with IYO, bro. I think it's just the all-around best pick.
I'm going with Bianca Belair to win the Royal Rumble. I think that, and obviously right now she's one half of the tag team champions. Easy enough to get those belts off of her, before WrestleMania. I think we'll see Jade back possibly in the Rumble this weekend, and I think that once we get the big reveal about who the culprit was who took her out, it's not going to be Bianca. I still feel like it's going to be Naomi. So the belts will come off Bianca and Naomi pretty quickly. I think that probably Liv Morgan and Raquel are going to end up with those women's tag team titles. That might be the best thing for Liv. It'll give her something to do in the meantime. But I think Bianca has been doing the tag team thing. She has been, moved down the card for really the last year. And that there's nothing wrong with that because I feel like had she continued to be pushed at a top level like she was, people would have soured on her. So I think it's a good thing that they kind of relegated her almost to the background for a while, but it's been long enough. And Bianca is a tremendous performer. She's a tremendous athlete. Bianca and Rhea is a match that they've also teased before. All right. Might have been a couple of years ago, but there's at least one backstage interaction where they...
it was? It was during the War Games build. They had a backstage interaction because Rhea said something and Bianca said something, and they kind of clashed heads because I guess it was over like the leadership role and what they should do. But there was a backstage interaction during that build, yeah.
Yeah. But there was another one even before that. So they've teased this match before too, not just IYO and Rhea. But again, these teases, they put them out there for a reason, to throw you off. So just because it was teased, like Cody and Punk last night, right? They're teasing a match that may not happen at WrestleMania. They want to keep throwing those out there to throw you off. Oh, it looks like they're going to do this. Oh no, wait, they're going to do that. Ultimately, I'm going to go Bianca on this. I think Bianca and Rhea is absolutely a WrestleMania match. I love IYO. I will not object if IYO SKY wins the Royal Rumble. I think that would also be a great match. And she is very over right now as a babyface. But Rhea and Bianca is what screams WrestleMania to me. And that's the match that I would like to see this year.
So it's IYO, Bianca, Jordynne Grace is a dark horse, Charlotte, Becky's always a factor in these things. Asuka. Who's going to be the final four, Jason? If you were to pick a final four for the women, who is your final four? Charlotte, obviously, I think we can both agree on that she's going to be there. So that's one.
I like it when they make it as unpredictable as possible. So I would go Charlotte, Bianca, IYO, and as far as a fourth, Jordynne Grace. Let Jordynne, if she's not going to win, at least make it, if not have an Iron Woman performance, make it to that final four.
Yep.
Then you see all four of them in the ring, and you don't know who the fuck is going to win.
I like it.
This could go any way here, and it makes Jordynne Grace, look good. If she's not going to win, that she at least made it to the final four.
Yeah, I'm going with those same ladies as well. As far as the Iron Woman in the match, are you going with a Jordynne Grace to fill that spot, or are you looking at a Roxanne Perez potentially, or a Naomi? I know Naomi has, she's almost near an hour, if not over an hour. Last year's Royal Rumble right upon return. So who's the Iron Woman this year?
I think Jordynne Grace.
Okay. And Jordynne Grace is the Iron Woman. Final Four.
Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden. Great band. Yeah. I'm going EO, and Jason is going Bianca. So we will see. I'm expecting the best women's Rumble this year out of all of them. So we now focus on the men, which I know I talked about it last night. Jason reiterated that tonight. These Royal Rumbles, they are best when they are riddled with story. We have a lot of intertwining stories, whether it's Drew and the Bloodline, Drew and Sammy, Seth Rollins and CM Punk, Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns and CM Punk. We have so many different stories in this thing.
John Cena and CM Punk.
John Cena, CM Punk, John Cena in general. I mean, Jey Uso and Gunther. We got so many. Sheamus and Braun Breaker. I mean, it's just all over the place. There's a lot
Braun Breaker and Penta.
Braun Breaker and Penta now all of a sudden. We got a lot of situations happening in this Rumble. And I think it boils down to a solid core of Cena, Punk, Reigns, McIntyre. I think we are looking at those four guys as the big heavy hitters here to at least be at the end, potentially Final Four, and then maybe one of those guys winning the Rumble. How do you see this playing out, Jason? I know we talked about it earlier. Punk, obviously, is everybody's choice to win the Rumble. If Punk won, I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with it after what we saw last night. A Cody-Punk match is absolutely unbelievable. I just feel like part of me just can't get over the fact, and I'm being honest with everybody here watching. Thank you for the 3,100. I just can't get over the fact that I feel like something fucked up is going to happen in this Rumble. Whether The Rock comes out. Yeah, and you got me. It's like you planted the seed in my head, and I just can't look past it. Especially with what we talked about. Rock was on NXT. He said, "Enjoy the ride that The Rock is going to take you on, and shut your mouth." We haven't heard a single word from him. We know he's going to be a part of something. We don't know exactly what that is going to be. I just have this feeling that it's going to come down to Cena and Punk, and something is going to happen, or Roman and Punk. Something's going to happen, and The Rock is going to interject himself in this thing and win the fucking Rumble. Now, I hope that is the case, and I also at the same time hope it's not the case, because I enjoy a little, organized chaos, and I love a little unpredictability. But if we're talking on two different planes here, if there is a Rock advantage in this thing, I'm going Rock. If not, and Rock is not a part of WrestleMania at all, I'm going CM Punk. I think John Cena winning the Royal Rumble is a mistake. I think John Cena, like you mentioned weeks ago on this show, him winning Money in the Bank is probably the way to go. I think Drew McIntyre is going to eliminate Roman Reigns. I think that is a huge possibility for a match at WrestleMania. I think McIntyre and Reigns should be definitely something to consider. And I do think at the end of it all that Punk is going to win the Royal Rumble. Minus The Rock. If there's no Rock, Punk is going to win the Royal Rumble.
Well, I mean, look, obviously, if The Rock comes out at number 30... or 31, he's not losing.
No.
So if The Rock is in the Rumble at all, he's winning. I'm going to say he's not going to be there or in the Rumble. And I'm going with CM Punk to win the Royal Rumble match this year. And it would be a first-time win because he's never won the Royal Rumble before. We're coming off 2 straight Cody wins. There's a bunch of other people in here, Roman, Cena. They've all won, even Drew, right? Drew McIntyre has won the Royal Rumble. Seth Rollins has won the Royal Rumble. So at least with Punk, it's somebody who's never actually won the match before. And you could go either way with the championship match. He could challenge Cody. He could challenge Gunther or whoever the World Heavyweight Champion is. It works either way. And this was kind of the story they told from the moment he came back to the company, that he was looking to get not just the championship match, but get that WrestleMania main event that he never got. Last year, it was Cody's story. I think this year they'll tell the Punk story. How the Paul Heyman, favor may factor into things here. Does he call his favor in during the Rumble? And if so, what does that look like? What if it comes down to Punk and Roman, and Punk calls in that favor? Does Heyman provide some sort of distraction? That ultimately leads to Punk winning the Rumble. I'm not saying that Heyman would turn on Roman Reigns and align with Punk, but Punk mentioned that last week. He goes, maybe I'm going to call in a favor or two. That's owed to me. So we can't discount that as a possibility. I think that the the diesel spot, as I call it, is going to go to Jacob Fatu this year. I think he's going to rack up a bunch of eliminations. He's going to be just a fucking beast in this match. I think the Iron Man spot, we talked about the Women's Rumble. I think it's going to be Jordynne Grace. I think it goes to Carmelo Hayes here. I think Carmelo Hayes will go at least 30 or 40 minutes.
Oh, he has to. He almost has to. I mean, he's been a non-factor. I think an Iron Man spot for him would do him well in the eyes.
You say he's been a non-factor, but I mean, he's been getting a lot of screen time on SmackDown. Yeah. So yeah, he may not be winning a lot of matches right now, but he sure is getting a lot of real estate on that show, which is good. So I'm going to say that he is the Iron Man this year. I'm going to say that Trick Williams is going to be one of the surprise NXT entries, and Trick Williams eliminates Carmelo Hayes. So that's another little spot that I'll throw out there. I think for sure Joe Hendry is going to be in the Royal Rumble. So he's going to walk out there. He's going to have that TNA World Heavyweight Championship, and everybody in the stadium, or enough people, are going to know the song, and they're going to be singing along, and they're going to be waving their hands, and it's going to be this great moment. I don't think they're going to overload it with surprises, though. Like, if you remember last year, I think Pat McAfee was the only surprise.
Yes.
And I remember being disappointed by that. So when that's your biggest surprise, that's a pretty, fucking lame. I think we'll get more than that, but they're not going to overload it with surprises. So we're not going to get Joe Hendry and, Nick Nemeth and Josh Alexander, and we're going to get this. Like, I don't think they're going to do that. But I do think they'll call up at least one name from NXT to make an appearance in the Rumble, like a Trick or an Obafemi or someone like that.
Maybe an Obafemi and Jacob Fatu stare down. Maybe Fatu owns the ring and then out comes Obafemi.
Could be. Although I don't know. You think they would want to match them up this soon?
Well, I mean, a little matchup. I mean, they could look at each other for 90 seconds and then out comes the next guy.
Well, they could, but I would see that being more with Jacob and Braun Breaker after that little tease we got a few months ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it's possible, though. It's possible. But I think for sure Joe Hendry will be in the Royal Rumble. Maybe they'll do something with him and John Cena. He called out Cena recently on Busted Open Radio. I could see them having some kind of interaction. I don't know what his injury status is, but I would love to see AJ Styles. I know there's been some reports about him maybe being back in time for the Rumble. He did tweet recently, and I wonder now if it was to throw us off.
Yeah, there is a news article here. AJ Styles, this is according to WrestleVotes, noted in December that WWE is staying quiet about his status. And the latest update coming when Styles noted earlier this month that the injury had been challenging. And then PW Insider reported this week that WWE's hopeful that AJ will be cleared to return for the Royal Rumble.
Yeah. Because it would be great to have some kind of interaction with him and John Cena again.
Yeah. Well, there's another name. Speaking of AJ Styles, that could potentially go one-on-one with Gunther at WrestleMania. Maybe.
Yes. But obviously, it depends on his health. But yeah. I would love to see that match.
Yeah.
I think that would be great. John Cena not winning the Rumble, and I agree he shouldn't. He should not win the Royal Rumble. I think he should fall just short. Although I still, I still would not discount the very real possibility that he will get a championship match at WrestleMania. And maybe with Gunther. And I'm okay with that as long as he doesn't win. Like, I don't even have an issue with him challenging for a title at WrestleMania, because that could be part of the story where he loses. He falls short. And he's like, that's it. The dream is over. But then you play it out through the spring and part of the summer where he's got to fight his way back. Maybe he wins Money in the Bank. And then he wins number 17, maybe it's SummerSlam. That doesn't mean that he can't have a championship match at WrestleMania and lose. But I don't want him to win the Rumble to get that shot.
You see, at that point, I'd just rather go with Jey Uso then, honestly.
But then Jey Uso would win. And you're okay with that?
Jey Uso win against Gunther?
Yes.
Yes, I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because if Jey Uso gets Gunther at WrestleMania, he ain't losing for a fourth time.
No. I would be okay with that.
Okay. I think Logan Paul is going to eliminate John Cena.
Well, that was my next question, because I'm gonna come up. I got a WrestleMania card here. I'm gonna throw by you in a second. But if Logan Paul eliminates John Cena from the Royal Rumble, and we're talking about Jey Uso versus Gunther at WrestleMania, where does Logan Paul fit on the WrestleMania card? That would almost kind of lead him in the direction of a Logan Paul John Cena WrestleMania match. No,
It would, although you could also you do something at the Elimination Chamber, even if they're both involved in one of the chamber matches.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be a WrestleMania match. And I mean, I'm not going to tell you that Logan Paul is my favorite first choice as John Cena's final WrestleMania opponent. But I just feel like he's going to eliminate Cena. It's going to get him a ton of heat. And you don't necessarily have to do it at Mania, but remember what he texted Triple H a few years ago for Mania 39. They were in LA, and he had Cena on his podcast, and he said, I texted, Paul, and I said, you want like the biggest match that you could do, put me in the ring with John Cena. So like, this is a match that he's been hoping for a few years now. And I do think they're going to wrestle during this final run that he's having. So whether it's the Chamber, whether it's WrestleMania, yeah, could be either one.
It's also a quintessential Saudi match as well, which I can see them doing that more in Saudi than at WrestleMania.
Yeah, I guess. Although I don't think. Well, they're not going back to Saudi until June, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's a Saudi match. Even if he eliminates Cena, though, it doesn't mean that they have to wrestle at WrestleMania. You know what I mean? It would just get him a ton of heat as being the guy who dumped him out of the Royal Rumble. You could always circle back around to it later on if you want to. I'm just saying, if The Rock is not coming out as a surprise at the end, I'm going with Logan Paul to be the one to dump Cena out of the ring.
Yeah, I could see that happen. I'm still definitely penciling a Logan Paul John Cena match in for the card at WrestleMania. That's just me. I know Logan has teased Gunther. It was not even just last night. It was at the kickoff event at the headquarters that they did before. Yeah. I know they mentioned something about that. Logan Paul mentioned that he would be the WWE World Heavyweight Champion going into 2025. I don't think that they do Gunther and Logan Paul. I think that it will eventually take place, and I think that fits Gunther's character perfectly to wrestle someone like that. But at WrestleMania, no. I'm with you. I think Cena gets eliminated by Logan Paul. CM Punk wins the Royal Rumble. Carmelo Hayes is the Iron Man. I can't really think of anybody else who would be the Iron Man unless Ilya Dragunov comes back. He would be the only other guy I could possibly see fitting into that role, but we don't really know his status. I know a lot's been made about him potentially wrestling again very soon because he's at the PC training and he doesn't have anything holding him back. You
don't think they wouldn't make Dom the Iron Man?
I mean, I could see it. I don't really care for it. I could see it though.
Yeah. Just throwing it out there. I could see something like that. He's like a little pest, and every time you think he's being thrown out of the ring, he comes back in. He's holding on to the bottom rope, and it's like, holy shit, he's been in there for freaking 45 minutes, and then finally, someone dumps him, gets a big pop. Maybe it's Punk or someone like that. But I would do it with somebody though who could really benefit from it. Not saying that he can't benefit from it, but like a Carmelo Hayes, I think would really benefit from it.
Yeah. Who's your final four for the men? Punk, Reigns, got to be definites, right?
Punk, Rollins,
and McIntyre.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Punk, Rollins, Reigns, and McIntyre sounds about right.
Who eliminates Reigns?
Drew McIntyre.
Okay. A lot going on for this Rumble. Sammy gets eliminated by KO.
I think so. Yeah, when he either doesn't come out to help him or he does come out, but just refuses to give him the assist. That's KO's revenge.
Have you put together?
You didn't help me win the world championship, so I'm going to rob you of your moment to try to win the world championship.
Which would set up a match at the Chamber, yeah. Have you thought about a potential WrestleMania card now that we're getting into the Rumble? Have you thought about what you'd like to see at WrestleMania or what you think is going to be on the card at Vegas?
I mean, I haven't really given it a lot of deep thought yet. I want to wait until the Rumble plays out. Obviously, we're going to have a better sense anyway at that point. But, I mean, like I said, Punk, you could go either way with him with either championship. I like the idea of doing Punk. I don't know, Punk and Rollins, I just feel like they're not done yet. But then you'd have to get the belt on Rollins before then. And so Is Gunther going to lose the World Heavyweight Championship before WrestleMania? I don't know how likely that is.
Again, that's another thing. We don't know if Goldberg is getting a WrestleMania match and then a Saudi match. What is it called for? And what is he calling for? One match, two matches? I don't really know.
He said retirement match.
So it's one match.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. Well, it's either at Mania, which you would think is the proper time to retire, or in Saudi, because we all know he wants the big payday. So I don't know. That's another factor that's kind of been hanging over everybody's head.
Well, I'm sure he's going to get a nice payday either way. So I don't really think it's a matter of like, if he wrestles at WrestleMania, as compared to Saudi, he'll make $3 million more. I don't think that's the case. I would think WrestleMania, you got 2 nights. It's an attraction. You do it on that show, one of the 2 nights. If it's Gunther, I would rather it not be for a championship. There's no reason for Goldberg to be challenging for a championship if it's his final match. Like, there's no need for it.
Yeah.
So maybe it works out that way then. Maybe Rollins gets a shot against Gunther, maybe at the Chamber. Or maybe Gunther puts the title on the line in a Chamber match. We've seen that before, where the champion, right, puts the world title on the line in a Chamber. Rollins wins the title in the Elimination Chamber. And that would free up Gunther to wrestle Gold, which, again, it would almost be a waste of Gunther, but it would free him up to wrestle Goldberg and put him in the dirt at WrestleMania. And Rollins could put the World Heavyweight title on the line against Punk. And I think if that happens, Rollins beats him. Punk doesn't win the title.
So then what do we do with Cody? Cody Cena?
Well, Cody
Rock?
Cena.
So it's either Rock or Cena for or Randy Orton. I mean, I don't think they're doing that though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not just Cena or The Rock. Yeah. Randy and KO makes sense, but it could be KO and Sammy, and that would free up Randy to wrestle Cody. However they want to set that up. I don't know how he becomes number 1 contender, but there's so many different options.
The fact that they have us fucking going in like 3 or 4 different directions. Job well done to Triple H this year. Really.
No, and look, the reason I say that if Punk wrestles, let's say Rollins gets the belt in the Chamber and then he defends against, Punk at WrestleMania. Punk beat him already. And so you're going to have Punk go in there and just beat him again to win the championship. Like, what a slap in the face it would be to Seth Rollins, who did what he was told and lost 3 straight to Cody Rhodes when he came back to the company from AEW. And now you have him against Punk, who he probably genuinely doesn't really care for. And he loses to him on the Netflix premiere. And I just feel like at WrestleMania, you got to give Seth one. And everybody would kind of assume Punk's going to win anyway. So, yeah, I think if they do that match a second time, Rollins has got to get the win this time, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, it would really fuck him over if he didn't. It just you would be putting him in a position to be a pushover at that point. But
yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, it's just ridiculous if you're just going to lose every big match against these guys that he's in. What does that say about what they think of him? He's like a gatekeeper.
I know. That's why I said a heel turn is probably best for him. I don't know.
It is.
I'm looking forward to it. Jason's looking forward to it. We're going to be live on our respective channels on Saturday night as soon as the Rumble is over. It's our favorite show of the year. I don't know if it's going to be the most star-studded Royal Rumble in WWE history, but I did a little research here. 1992 had 17 WWE Hall of Famers. Now, I don't think there's going to be 17 Hall of Famers in this Royal Rumble, but the 1992 Royal Rumble as of right now...
I don't know about that.
What?
17, you don't think
17 Hall of Famers in this Royal Rumble?
People that will eventually be in the Hall of Fame? Yes, of course.
Well, we don't even know we don't know the field yet.
We already know like 12 of the names that are in the Rumble.
Oh, all right. CM Punk is a Hall of Famer. Rollins is a Hall of Famer. Reigns is a Hall of Famer.
Hold on. Punk, Cena, and Reigns. Right there. That's the rate. Okay.
Okay.
Rollins.
4.
You count.
4.
Okay. Rollins is 4. McIntyre.
5.
Sami Zayn.
6.
Rey Mysterio.
7.
Shinsuke Nakamura is in there, right?
He's in the Rumble. Is he a Hall of Famer, though?
You don't think they're not going to put him in the Hall of Fame one day?
Everybody's going into the Hall of Fame. I guess number 8, fine.
Usos?
Do I put him in the Hall of Fame? No, I don't know.
Well, that's not your Hall of Fame, so it doesn't
know.
matter whether you would put him in the Hall.
He's number 8. Usos, sure.
Both Usos will be in there, right? That's 10 right there.
Wait a minute. Wait, Jimmy going in by himself?
No, well, the Usos collectively will one day be in the Hall of Fame.
Do they count as one?
I count them as one.
Okay, so it's 9.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Uso is not getting a solo induction into the Hall of Fame.
9. It's 9. We got the 17 and 92. Who else?
Okay, so that's
Sheamus.
Sheamus.
That's 10.
Okay. Who are we missing here? I'm missing a few names. Shit. Well, Jacob Fatu is going to be in there. You know, one day he'll make.
No.
You don't think he'll be in the Hall of Fame one day?
Yeah, eventually, but
okay, all right. That's my point.
All right,
that's my point.
We'll look back at this on TNT fucking 490 when it's Jacob Fatu's in the fucking Hall of Fame.
And we're still talking about the Pointer Sisters. Yeah, we're listening to that.
Or my fucking 96-year-old grandma's fucking 80th anniversary, whatever.
Oh, there you go. AJ Styles. If AJ Styles is in there,
all right, that's 11.
Okay. New Day as a tag team, as a faction, they'll be in the Hall of Fame.
12.
Okay. So we're already at 12, dude. You said 17?
Right.
You
17,
mean you won't find 5 more that will eventually be in the Hall of Fame?
All right.
Gunther? Oh, Gunther's a champion.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. Believe me.
All right.
We will get to a point where you'll have at least 20 of these people will be in the Hall of Fame one day.
All right, Chad, have fun with that. See what I do for you now. I've caused discussion amongst you.
The Rock is in there. The Rock is in there. Of course, he'll be one.
All right, well, it's going to be a lot.
Randy
the top
Orton.
92. Randy, yeah, we'll see. Kevin Owens. No, he's not in the Rumble.
No.
Yeah,
we're already up to like 15. Come on now.
Anyway, Penta, come on, you guys are just naming people now. Damian Priest, maybe. I don't want to take anything away from Damian Priest. You know,
Dominic Mysterio,
Finn Balor, Miz.
Miz is a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame.
All right, we got 15. We're 50. All right, maybe we'll rival 17.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, easily.
All right, we're gonna talk some AEW. Before I do that, I gotta get this quick ad sponsorship in for tonight's show. Tonight, we're sponsored by my friends over at Z-Biotics. Make sure you guys go and check the link that I pinned atop the live stream chat. If you guys want to have a good time and you guys want to enjoy your night out without any crash the next day from having a fun time, Z-Biotics is your go-to. So tonight's Tuesday Night Titans, episode 81, is sponsored by my great friends over at Z-Biotics. I'm going to hit you guys with a couple of harsh truths today, man. We're getting older. It's basically all I got to say. We're getting older. You and me, we're getting older. We can't go out and party like we used to. We can't go out and drink like we were 23 years old. It's not going to happen anymore. We as adults have responsibilities. Every time you go out and drink that one drink and you wake up the next morning and you say, man, I should have had that last drink. You end up regretting it. How do you feel the next morning? You feel like complete garbage. You don't feel your best. You don't go to work. Sometimes you call out of work. You don't go to the gym. Your gym schedule gets all messed up. Us content creators, that one video that everybody's waiting for doesn't get done. I got a surefire way for you guys to go out and have some fun and still get your work done and feel great the next morning. And it's all because of Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink. You drink responsibly, you keep hydrated, you pop one of these before any of that happens, and you're going to be good to go, man. Your nights are going to be great, and your next day is going to be even greater. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. And how it works, guys, is very simple. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It is this byproduct, not dehydration, that is to blame for your rough next day. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. So just remember to make Z-Biotics your first drink of the night, and please drink responsibly, and you'll feel your very best tomorrow. So if you guys want to feel your best tomorrow after a night of drinking, make sure you click the link in the description. zbiotics.com/script. 15% off your first order at checkout when you use code SCRIPT. Also, Z-Biotics offers a 100% money-back guarantee. If you guys are not satisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Once again, that's zbiotics.com/script. There you go, guys. Innocent enough. zbiotics.com/script. I want to thank them for sponsoring the show tonight for episode 81 of Tuesday Night Titans. We got 3,000 live in the live stream chat. We got 909 likes, 910 likes now. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up. 1,000 is the goal, as always, every single week. And super chats will remain open. Every $10 is one entry into my Royal Rumble pool that will be conducted on Monday following the Rumble on Monday Night Raw's live stream. All right, Jason, let's talk about some AEW. I shall leave it to you to guide us in the land of Tony Khan, man. Guantanamo Bay, where are we going?
Well, I mean, look, I don't know if I'm in the minority on this, but I enjoyed most of Dynamite on Wednesday. Not all of it, but I was not as harsh on it as some other people were. Wink, wink. We should start with the opening segment, though, because it set up a big match for Grand Slam, which is coming up next month. And a match that we've talked about before, which is a tag team match with Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay taking on Kyle Fletcher and Konosuke Takeshita. And I liked the way they opened the show last week with that, huge brawl. They were brawling all over the building. And then you had Omega and Ospreay hanging off one of the lighting trusses, looking over at the Callis family, extending the challenge. I enjoyed the segment. There was one thing, though, that kind of irked me.
Gee, I wonder what that is, man.
And it didn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense to me, and it was kind of a glaring thing, which is that, during the segment, before the Callis family came out, we had Omega and we had Ospreay, and they were confronting each other. And Kenny Omega said, after what you did to me a couple of years ago at Forbidden Door and the screwdriver and everything, like, I can never trust you ever again. And in the same segment, only minutes later, we had Kenny Omega. Not only was he extending an olive branch to Will Ospreay and saying, will you be my tag team partner? But he apologized to him first and said, I should have trusted you from the start. I'm like, how did we get from point A to point B in the same segment? That seemed awfully quick, don't you think?
You mean to tell me that AEW blew past at least 2 months of storytelling in 5 minutes? Wow.
Could have at least been a couple of weeks of storytelling.
Whatever. It's more than fucking 5 minutes. Yes,
so
I guess that pissed me off too, yes.
So I guess Kenny's a very forgiving man, I guess. But yes, so the tag team match, it just seemed that was the obvious direction they were going in. It's going to be a great match. You look at all four talents that are involved there. How can it not be? But just getting there, it felt as if it's like when you're reading a book and the pages get stuck together and you kind of skip over a couple of chapters. That's what we did here in this segment.
Yeah, it was a fine opening segment. I enjoyed it. It was a nice little chaotic start to the show. The thing that bothers me is, and I talked about this on Wednesday on my end, a lot of fans were like, oh, it restored the feeling. The feeling of what? For 15 minutes, it restored the feeling. That's great. What happened with the rest of the show? Literally in the next segment, which we'll get to in a bit. It could restore the feeling for 15 minutes, but restoring the feeling for 15 minutes is not going to fix their problems. It's going to be more than Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay returning or restoring the feeling for AEW. Did you get a sense that there was a changing of the guard here or restoring of the feeling for Dynamite on Wednesday?
No, I that's kind of a weird thing to even say. Like it's one segment, so they have a lot of work to do before they restore the feeling. I assume they're referring to the feeling we had 5 years ago when Dynamite first started.
Yes.
No, it was one. It was one largely good segment, and it will take a lot more than that to restore the feeling. So I'm not quite sure where they got that from. But I did not feel the same way.
Well, whatever feeling was restored, it quickly was wiped away with the next match. Hurt Syndicate, Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin with MVP. You want to look at it in a different way. That's completely up to you. The way that I looked at it was a absolute burial of Private Party. They win the tag team championships. Do the Hurt Syndicate. They are the new tag team champions. I fucking hated this, Jason. I talked about this with Jesse. Everything that they did with Private Party coming out of their win. I don't know. What was that? The end of November? Whatever the case is.
No, it was the day before Halloween.
It was the Fright Night show. That's right. they put the belts on these two guys in Mark Quinn and Isaiah Cassidy, who we've called several matches for. We've seen them grow up from babies, to AEW and hit the big time. The fact that these guys going in were shafted, given the belts to beat a very decorated team, the EVPs, the Elite in the Young Bucks, to then have zero story even coming out of winning the championships, to ultimately do nothing with them, to drop them to the Hurt Syndicate, which is great. They're the most exciting aspect of the entire show right now. Fine. But they're ex-WWE guys. They are not spring chickens. They're not young. And the Private Party boys, they basically got thrown to the fucking wolves. And I did not mince my words on Wednesday. I don't really care to see them on AEW television ever again because there's no real coming back from this at all. I don't think AEW creative should be trusted with them. I don't think AEW creative, no matter what they do for them, it will not resuscitate what happened on Wednesday. This was an absolute burial and a fucking sheer embarrassment of the tag team division, to a point where Jesse and I listed every single tag team in the division that AEW houses, and there's not one single team that even closely rivals the Hurt Syndicate in any meaningful way. So I don't really understand what they went for, and I don't really understand how they're going to put the belts on the Hurt Syndicate thinking that this is going to help the tag team division when it's so much more deeper than that. What did you think of this shit?
Well, I thought more than anything, I thought it was an indictment of not just the booking of the tag team division, but an indictment on so many of the AEW originals that have been in that company for years, that you had Private Party who spent 5 years in that company. And in 5 minutes, the Hurt Syndicate came and you saw the reaction they got from the live crowd. And then they laid waste to them like it was a collision match against a couple of job guys. So on the one hand, they're the hot hand right now. I love the Hurt Syndicate. I think they're a couple of badasses, right? That's great. And you heard the crowd. They were chanting for Bobby. Bobby Lashley is as over now as he was at the end of his run in WWE. That's why when they tried to turn him and the Street Profits heel, it didn't work because people didn't want to boo him. And so these guys, they have something in the Hurt Syndicate. The problem is that Private Party never had they never got a proper run, because it was never designed to give them a proper run. And I think that the Young Bucks kind of revealed the game here a few weeks ago. They were on some kind of a show or podcast, and they said that the plans changed multiple times for who and when they were going to drop the tag team titles, which tells me that Private Party clearly was not the original plan. I think it was, this is just me, I think it was the Outrunners. I think that there was a plan in place to put the belts on the Outrunners. Plans changed. It became Private Party. And it was a great moment for Private Party, right? 5 years in the making. It was a great match. But that wasn't the original plan. So Tony Khan didn't look at Isaiah Cassidy and Mark Quinn as anybody that he really cared to invest in, right? Just beyond very surface level stuff. Okay, we'll put the titles on them. But there was no plan. What did they do on Dynamite in the weeks after they won the championships? Were they even on Dynamite?
No, they haven't. They did not appear on Dynamite at all.
Right.
For weeks, months.
Right. And they defended their titles 2 times. Once was in a 4-way on the Full Gear card.
Yep.
They had to throw 4 teams together. And then one title defense on TV, which was on Collision against Leo Rush and Action Andretti. And that was it. That was it. Even the segment where they came out on Dynamite and they had the red velvet rope and they had their little party on stage, and then the Hurt Syndicate came out. Remember, they were, hey, you can drink with us. And they poured the drinks out. Like, they made the champions out in that segment to look like geeks. So then we get the match and they have the champions look like geeks. There was never a plan in place to push these guys. They were transitional champions from the start. They wanted to get the belt. They had to get the belts off the Young Bucks because they were going away. Let's put them on Private Party. And let's come up with the next great team because we don't want them to have the belts for too long. And you saw the end result of that on Wednesday. So they're in the same, not only are they in the same spot they were in before, I would argue they're in a worse spot now than they were in before they even won the belts.
Agreed.
Because where the hell do you go with them now? There is nowhere to go. They're done.
They're finished. You just killed a tag team in your division. Dead.
It's over. Yeah, at a time when they just broke up the Acclaimed. So they actually, They technically killed 2 teams in the division. Which begs the question now that Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin have those tag team titles. Who challenges them? Like, what's their next program?
The conglomeration.
The conglomeration. Oh, that's tremendous. That's great.
Mark Briscoe and Orange Cassidy, man. I don't fucking know.
That's gonna be great business there. Yeah. No, I mean the state of tag team wrestling right now, and this is not just an AEW.
No,
problem.
it's a 2-company thing for sure.
Yeah, it's as bad as it's been in years.
Yeah.
They just do not prioritize tag team wrestling, and it's a shame. And I wish they would, but it's just they don't. And that's a universal problem in wrestling right now, and it sucks. But in AEW, as far as Private Party goes, I mean, there's no other way to look at it other than a burial. And I don't throw that word around lightly. There are people who, like, you lose one match, oh, they're buried. Like, that's not what it means to be buried.
Yeah, like people thought Braun Breaker was buried when he lost to Sami Zayn or whatever it was. Like, come on.
Right. And you'll see the first match that Penta loses. Oh, he's buried. He's buried.
Yeah.
Right? No. This was a burial. And I'm not saying they intentionally, like, they were punishing them in some way. No, they just don't look at them as a star attraction on the show, and they're easily disposable. You saw what they think of Private Party, who have spent 5 years there, by the way. 5 years, and listen to the crowd during that match.
Yeah.
Why? Because they came from WWE. And all of the ex-WWE guys are looked at as bigger stars than every single star in AEW.
Yep.
That's a problem.
It is. It's fucking sad, and it's a major problem.
And that includes Shelton Benjamin, by the way. And I love Shelton, but Shelton wasn't pushed at a high level in WWE.
No.
And he's still treated as a much bigger star than most of the AEW roster.
Yep.
That's a problem.
You know, the thing is with the Hurt Syndicate, a lot of the narrative online ever since they won on Wednesday was, oh, now the tag team division could be built up. You know, it's a good turning point for the tag team division. No, it's not. How do you look at this? How do you look at this as a good thing for the tag team division? I don't know. Now you could start building the division up with proper champions. Wasn't that the whole point of fucking taking the belts off the Young Bucks and putting them on a young team? Like, I don't understand people's mentality. Now you're just going backwards now. Tag team titles are on 2 ex-WWE guys. You buried your young fucking talents that have been there for 5 years. There's nobody in the division that even is on the same planet as the Hurt Business. So who's going to take these belts off them?
Well, that's my point. Like, the level of competition there, like, as far as somebody who seems poised and ready to be first in line to challenge them for the titles, there is nobody. There is nobody obvious on the horizon here. You know, but look at what they've done with Bobby Lashley since he came in, right? He beat Swerve, and now he's one half of the tag team champion. So he's being pushed to the moon. That's great for Bobby Lashley, and the people love him. But where to next? There just doesn't seem to be any obvious direction here.
Lashley and Swerve got dropped. No reason. No explanation. Shelton Benjamin and Danny Garcia teased something in the Classic for the TNT title. That got dropped.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
But Jeff Jarrett is on TV. He's challenging Claudio Castagnoli so he could get past Claudio and then get his Jon Moxley world title match, bro.
He is. Ain't he great?
Ain't he great? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how this plays out. We tried talking about this on Wednesday. Does Jarrett beat Claudio to wrestle Moxley and then lose because MJF interferes and costs Jarrett the championship, and then we get a one-on-one match with Jarrett and MJF, or does MJF cost Jarrett this match with Claudio? He wrestles MJF, he beats MJF, and then gets his match with Moxley. Which is it?
I say he beats Claudio, and MJF costs him the match with Moxley, and then that leads to Jarrett and MJF wins.
At Revolution.
Whenever. I mean, it doesn't have to be
Jeff Jarrett versus MJF on a fucking pay-per-view, man. What the fuck are we talking about?
I mean, I certainly do not want to see Jeff Jarrett beating MJF. I don't know why you even suggested that.
Why would you even think that they wouldn't think that? Really? You don't think they're not thinking that?
No. I think they're teasing this world title story. He's not winning the world title, number one.
Well, the report this week says that they have no plans to put the world title on Jeff Jarrett. Then why is he on TV?
Well, plans change, so that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But I don't think he's winning the world championship. I think they want you to think he is, and I think MJF will fuck him out of it. They'll have a match. MJF will win. I don't know what the point of all this is, but again, maybe it was something MJF wanted to do. He wanted to work with Double J. I don't know, but it just seems like yet another waste of time for MJF before we get to something, which, by the way, that they teased, and I like this, if this is where we're headed. There was a little tease on Wednesday of a potential feud between MJF and Hangman Adam Page. And see, that's something I can get behind.
Well, yes, because you're theoretically taking two of your best stars and you're putting them together, which is what this television show should be. Now,
who have been there since day one.
Yes. And it was actually the first world championship title match that was teased before they went to Hangman and Jericho. But I will say in regards to that, it is a possible tease for those two to go one-on-one, or is it a possible tease for Hangman and Moxley? Did you get that sense maybe that he may be being built up to go challenge John Moxley for the world championship, and then maybe we get MJF later on down the road getting the match with Hangman?
No, I didn't feel that way.
Okay.
I would have put the title on him at WrestleDream.
I know.
I mean, we've been through this before. Like it's just whatever. It's ridiculous. But from that show on Wednesday, no, I definitely got the sense of something down the road soon, hopefully, between Hangman and MJF. Not Hangman and Moxley, but clearly where they're going with Hangman, to me anyway, after Christopher Daniels walked away from him and he had that conflicted look on his face, we may be like right now he's kind of straddling that line in the middle where he's just out of his mind, more on the heel side. But now it's like he's out of his mind, but maybe now he's going to start to lean more back over to the babyface side. So I could see him eventually maybe being built up to challenge Moxley for the championship, especially with Darby being gone. But I didn't get that sense from the show on Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope for more Adam Page in a meaningful way on this show. MJF, obviously more meaningful on Wednesday nights. I don't know where they're going. I'm very confused by what's going on with this Jeff Jarrett thing. Nobody wants it. Nobody likes it. It's still being pushed at a high level. I don't know. It's just one of the major things that's happening on Wednesday that people don't really care for. Just like the Death Riders, the main event on Wednesday was Pac and Adam Copeland. Listen, I love Copeland. I love Pac. I think they're both fantastic. This match was utterly fucking boring. No emotion. It just felt so lifeless. I don't know what's going on and why nobody wants to pivot away from the Death Rider story. But the thing is, Jason, the most ridiculous fucking thing happened at the end of the match, and I blasted this on Wednesday with Jesse. The post-match, the Death Riders were shown in the back beating up the Rock and Roll Express. At no point, the FTR, by the way, was tied up to fucking chairs like they were in a James Bond fucking movie. The Death Riders beat up the Rock and Roll Express. At no point did Excalibur, Tony Schiavone, Tony Khan, or anybody there mention that they were even in the fucking building. So then when we go backstage, the Rock and Roll Express is there. It's like, the fuck are they doing on the floor? Why do we care about the Rock and Roll Express being beat up by the Death Riders? What does this have to do with the overall story here, with where we're going with Cope and Mox going into Revolution? Where are we going? And why wasn't this mentioned? How ridiculous did that look?
I equated it to, because you could tell that story if you would have trotted them out there at the beginning of the show.
Sure.
I guess in their mind, they were already on the show a few weeks ago. They were on Collision or whatever it was, but that was weeks ago. That wasn't on this show. But it would be the equivalent of, like, if you saw Saturday night's main event, you saw they had, like, Ted DiBiase was there and Hacksaw Jim Duggan was there. And it would be the equivalent of, at the very end of Raw, like, they cut to the back and Drew McIntyre is standing over the bloody 2x4 and broken body of Hacksaw Jim Duggan, who's just randomly laying on the ground. And he was never mentioned on the show. You know, he was on Saturday night's main event a few weeks ago, but he was never on the show that night. They just cut to the back and it's like this old guy is laying on the floor. And it's supposed to get great heat, but nobody gives a shit because they don't even know who that is. That's what this was basically like. I don't know why they didn't set it up. But this right here is one of the issues that I have with this show, is that these segments that are meant to have an impact, the reason why they're heatless, because correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't hear people really reacting to this.
No.
Okay. It didn't seem like people gave a shit. And it was so quick and sudden, and the Death Riders just left and they headed out to the ring, and there was no time to absorb what we had just seen. And that's consistently a problem on these shows. They'll shoot an angle like this, but they don't set it up, or they don't set it up properly, or they don't give it time to really resonate, because that could have been something, right? It's all in how you present it. They just did a very poor job of presenting it. So, okay, the Rock and Roll Express, I hope they got a good payday out of it, but this was a complete waste of time because nobody cares. You didn't give them a reason to care. You didn't establish them well enough on this show. I guess Tony's just assuming everybody knows who Ricky and Robert are and that they're going to give a shit that poor Ricky Martin, Ricky Morton just got his, that might get good heat. If they
beat up Ricky Martin.
Yeah. Maybe that would get heat. But like
he wouldn't be living La Vida Loca at that point. Not with the Death Riders. Not.
He may not be living at all if they bash his brains in. So, you know what? That would have been more entertaining than what they gave us here at the end of the show. So yeah, it just doesn't resonate because they don't really do a good job of explaining to you why you should care.
I mean that's their problem. They just put heatless characters on TV. You know, first it was Chuck Taylor, then it's the Rock and Roll Express, and Christopher Daniels, and this retirement with Adam Page.
Yeah, that's another one.
And I see people online. Oh, this adds another layer to the Hangman character. The fuck are you talking about? The Hangman character that should have won the World Championship, but instead you feuded him with Jeff Jarrett. Like, who gives a shit about Christopher Daniels? He's playing a fucking geek role to Tony Khan, and then you want me to care about him on television when he finally retires. Okay.
It was sad when he came out and he announced that, you know, the doctors won't clear me, my career is over, and it's like you could hear a pin drop. Like, nobody cared. It's like, because think about it, like, how many people watching that show probably look at him and they already thought he was retired? Like, because he's been like either an agent, or he was Tony Khan's right-hand man, like kind of the de facto GM for a while. And we haven't really seen him as an active wrestler in a long time, since the SCU days. So like, so many people were probably watching this show looking at this going like, all right, I just thought he was retired already anyway. Like, who cares? That's why, like, nobody cared.
No emotion.
Apathy, total apathy to this.
No emotion, man. Just
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
And that's not a knock on Christopher Daniels, because he's been around forever, and I know he's very well respected. And
sure,
it's not a knock on his ability, but it's like, there's a reason why it got the reaction, or a lack of one, that it did. Like, again, we've listed off multiple examples of this. At what point do you look at this and go, okay, maybe there's a problem in the way that we're presenting these things here?
Somebody in the chat said Ricky Martin versus Goldberg. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, there's his opponent for WrestleMania. We just found Goldberg's opponent.
Anyway, Moxley's opponent for Grand Slam looks to be Jay White. Man, look at the way this Grand Slam show is shaping up, man. Jay White, he's from New Zealand. I get it. It's not Australia, but that's what they're going for. They're going for Jay White, who's got some ties to the land down under, against Jon Moxley. Harley Cameron's challenging Mercedes Moné, even though she was denied for now. I mean, it'll probably end up being the match anyway. And Toni Storm versus Mariah May, man. They got a real Australian, and Buddy Matthews, I'm sure, is going to be on the show as well. They got a real Australian presence for this show. It's going to be airing at 2:30 in the morning Eastern after the NBA All-Star game.
You know, you kind of buried the lead here, because you mentioned possibly, you know, Mercedes and Harley. I think Harley's great. There was, two things. So this is another thing. Mercedes is in the back on Wednesday, right? And she's roaming the halls, and there's like balloons and shit. So I guess there's going to be some kind of a celebration in like this hallway in the back. And I'm thinking, like, a celebration of what? I assume her winning the Rev Pro title, which she won like 3 weeks ago. So I'm not really sure why we're suddenly having a celebration now. But Harley Cameron comes in with her guitar and she sings a song. And again, she's very talented, and I'm sure she probably wrote the song herself. And she wants a title match at a Grand Slam. And Mercedes says no. Like, you've never even won a match here in AEW.
You know, I don't want to cut you off, but I didn't believe that statistic until I looked it up, and then it actually very true, yes.
It's true. So then Excalibur made a comment, like hardly after she sang her song and pleaded her case, Excalibur was like, well, she makes a good case. And I'm like, no, actually she doesn't. Mercedes made a good case. This woman has never won a single match in her AEW career. On what planet did she make a good argument for why she should get a championship match? But you buried the lead because Mercedes is defending her TBS title tomorrow. She's defending it against Yuka Sakazaki after Yuka won a 4-way match on Collision. And I would say that of all the names in that match, Yuka, who I think they list on the AEW roster page, I went back to check. She had, I think, all of 5 matches last year for them. She's not really even officially, like, she's not really a member of the roster even. She's barely there. And she pinned Deonna Purrazzo to win that match. The same Deonna Purrazzo who was in the news last week because there was a report about her being very vocal to management behind the scenes about wanting to be used more and wanting to be used better. And so then she ends up being pinned by Yuka Sakazaki in this match. And Yuka is getting the TBS title match tomorrow night.
The last time Yuka was on AEW television was Dynamite Grand Slam at Arthur Ashe Stadium. That was September 25th.
And I think on commentary, Tony Schiavone or somebody, they were trying to talk about how her win-loss record is like really good. And I'm like, well, that may well be true, but that's not that hard to do when you wrestle 5 matches a year. So, I mean, that doesn't really impress me. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. She's been married to Takeshita, I think. Maybe they just want to get them on the same show. I don't know. I really don't know.
Is that true? They're a married couple?
I believe so. I think I heard that some time ago. Yeah, right. I believe they're an item.
Interesting.
But yeah, so as far as Deonna goes, look, Deonna was like, she was the queen bee of that knockouts division in TNA. And she had a hell of a run there. I have not seen that version of Deonna Purrazzo since she came to AEW. And maybe it's just a product of the people that she's, been working with. I don't know. I can't really explain it, but like that Deonna that we saw in TNA, I haven't seen her yet in AEW. And as far as any sort of frustration with, how she's being used, I could totally understand why she would feel that way. But I mean, can she really be surprised? Like, you knew what you were signing up for when you signed that contract. It's not as if these issues didn't exist with a lot of people before in the women's division. I think honestly, what really screwed her was when she came in, I think within like a month of her coming in, Mercedes debuted.
Not even just that. They debuted her and they threw her right into a program with Toni Storm.
Yes, right away. But then Mercedes debuted, and that just totally overshadowed her and everything. And so she just never got any traction. It's not like she was going out there getting these great reactions, like people saw her as a superstar. They didn't. And she just never really recovered from that. So I can totally understand her being frustrated. I just don't think she should be surprised by it.
No, and then obviously the pettiness kicks in. She apparently she didn't really say anything. Fightful reported that Deonna's been very vocal to management about wanting to be utilized better, especially since Full Gear was in Newark, New Jersey, and she is from New Jersey. So, the company, Tony, saw this report, and then he makes almost immediately makes this fatal 4-way on Collision, and then Yuka wins, and who the fuck you think she pinned? She pinned Deonna Purrazzo. So it's like, all right, this report comes out. She's frustrated. Let's bury her. Do you think you're going to get her in a meaningful way on television from this point on? No. That's it. You speak up, you're finished. So now she's in the doghouse for however long, and she's going to be forgotten about.
Well, I don't know if she's in the doghouse. I just think that they just don't know what to do with her, and there's no real great spot for her at the moment. She's been doing this little faction thing with Taya Valkyrie, Vendetta, I think they call it.
Yeah, the Vendetta, yeah.
They don't have a very good win-loss record so far.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. So they have a very talented women's division. Their house is not in order. I'll tell you that much. It's just sad. It's the same people over and over again. Tony, Mercedes, Harley's the flavor of the month now, which is great. Mariah May,
Harley's great.
Chris Statlander, Willow Nightingale. They got so many women over there. I mean, they use a handful of them on one show, but the problem is, and we've documented this, they got one fucking match every show. It's like it's either one match and a quick segment backstage. It's one match and then a Mercedes segment, or one match and someone else's segment. It's tough to get 2 women's matches on a 2-hour show when they got everything else going on that they're doing. So it's tough.
They just celebrated the fact that they had their first women's match that went 20 minutes. That was the Mercedes and the Statlander match at World's End. And I almost didn't believe it when I heard that, but apparently that was the first time a women's match in AEW
ever.
Ever.
Jesus fucking Christ. That's ridiculous.
In 5 years.
Okay.
So, I mean, like you said, when you have one women's match per show and the women are celebrating the fact they just hit their first 20-minute match for the first time in 5 years, yeah, you know what? There probably are a lot of women on that roster who are very frustrated. I'm sure Deanna is not the only one. She may be the most vocal, but she ain't the only one.
Yeah. Listen, the women's division isn't all that bad. We got this again.
Yeah, let's talk about. I was going to say because I love the segment they did on Collision.
Yes, this was great television. This was probably the best thing that they did in a very long time, especially this year. I think this was the best segment that they've probably done all year so far. Tony and Mariah May. This was the culmination of this Toni Storm. A lot of people thought it was an amnesia angle. She came back as Rocker Toni Storm, and it was on Saturday night's Collision where we got Toni Storm revealing that she was in the greatest role, or playing the greatest role of her career, and she shed the rocker gimmick and she stripped down to her undergarments and revealed that she's back to being Timeless Toni Storm after Mariah brutally attacked her with the Women's Championship. May went to leave. Storm took the mic and asked why May thought she had forgotten everything. Storm got back into her timeless voice, and she, like I said, she took off her clothes, revealing that she was playing the role herself and had given the performance of a lifetime. Storm fired up and said that she would rip May apart in Australia, and she would, in all so many words, take back the Women's Championship. But this segment was fucking great, Jason. The only thing is, and I said this after I watched it, and now seeing the ratings come out on Collision today, 250,000. I think the demo was like a 0.08 or whatever it was. It had big competition from Saturday night's main event. They tried to load up the show in competition for WWE, but I think it did more harm than good. This type of thing, to me, maybe it's just a me problem. You got to filter this shit through Dynamite. I understand they want to make Collision, a viable program for 2 hours, and Max is paying for it. But the show has been dead for so long before that. To try and make it a viable show now, all because WWE's got Saturday Night Main Event on NBC that same night, you can't do shit like that. You're just throwing shit out there for the sake of whatever WWE's doing, and not as many people are getting to see it. This would have been better served on Dynamite. But I don't want to take away from how great the segment is. We all know where this is going. Toni is fucking great. The promo was fucking incredible. Probably the best promo she's done. And I'm looking forward to the match. The thing is, I don't think she wins the championship, and I think we get another match and we do it at a proper pay-per-view where she wins the title.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand that Collision does not have the audience that Dynamite has, but, they signed this new media rights deal. They have 2 shows. And Collision will never be looked at as a show where big things happen unless you do big things on the show. So you're gonna see segments like this at least from time to time, and I think you have to. Even though it didn't have a big audience, they can replay highlights of this on Dynamite, which they have to do. So if they don't really show any highlights from this segment tomorrow, that would be very strange. And if they show the highlights from it, then they got everybody caught up on what they need to be caught up on. I think that the segment, it came off great. What I really liked is, if you really paid attention to what Toni was saying and doing at the beginning of the segment, it seemed like a direct callback to the very first time that Mariah May met Toni. And all the things that she was saying to Toni, I'm a big fan, and she was all nervous. So I don't know how many people picked up on that, but it was almost like a direct callback to that. And then we got the big reveal, which is what I figured it was. It was the performance of a lifetime. And so the crowd reacted great to it. They had about 3,000 people there in Daly's place. Tony's just great. Tony was the female performer, certainly in this company, if not the female performer between both companies, I think, for 2024, because she just knows this character so well. And she pulls it off well. I'm looking forward to the match. I enjoyed their first match. Do they do a title change here at Grand Slam? Revolution's 3 weeks later, I think? Right? March 9th?
Yeah, March 9th.
Okay. Yeah, I could see them holding off until Revolution, doing a match with a stipulation and doing a title change there.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be tempting, though, because they're going to be in Australia.
I know,
obviously,
but if Tony wins, which everybody kind of thinks they are going to go that way, where do you go for Tony defending the title of the pay-per-view?
You could have a third match between them and have Mariah get the belt right back. If you want to hot potato the belt, you certainly can. Because I still feel like what I would love to see is Jamie Hayter get built back up. She just feels so cold now compared to how she was previously. So it's going to take some time. But whether it's the TBS title and she beats Mercedes, or it's the world title, I would love to see Jamie Hayter and Mariah May in a proper program. You could do Jamie and Tony, because there's certainly history there too. You could do that. But I wouldn't just take the belt off Mariah and cast her aside. So if you want to do a quick title change for the sake of Australia, but then Mariah gets it right back, you know what? What the hell? I don't really think I would mind that too much. But then you got to move on. You want to do 2 more matches, you got to move on after that to something else. Hopefully Tony has a plan. Tony Khan, that is. Too many Tonys. But hopefully Tony has a plan post-Revolution, for where he wants to go with Mariah, whether she's the champion or not, because I think Mariah is fantastic. So whether or not she has a belt, she is someone who should be a superstar and not somebody who should just kind of fall between the cracks like so many other people have.
Yeah, Tony is the best presentation of a character that AEW has. Yeah. I just wish that they would put that much effort into everything else that they do, just like they do Tony Storm.
Well, Tony, I mean, this is coming from her brain. I mean, I know they said RJ City, I think, was also one of the architects of this whole storyline. So I'm sure there's other people who also have their input into this, but I'm sure Tony is very hands-on herself in this character and things that they should do. And I don't know that means that everybody else isn't hands-on with their stuff, but just, yeah, I wish that there was as much attention paid to a lot of these other stories as there has been to this one, because this has been one of their best that they've ever done.
She's going to shove Mariah back up the womb and rip her tits off, apparently.
And rip her tits off.
Yeah.
Yes, rip her tits off.
Yeah.
Is that enough to get you up at 2:30 in the morning to watch it?
No. I'll be watching it while I have my morning coffee at a normal hour. Human hour.
I don't know when I'll be watching it, because this completely fucks me, because I do my podcast on Sunday. So thanks a lot, Tony.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys very much, man. We are going to read through your super chats in just a second. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up, man. We just hit 1,000 likes. Thank you very much. We had upwards towards 3,100 people on a Tuesday night. Tuesday Night Titans has now comfortably settled into the 45 to 50,000 view range. Thank you guys very much for that. We appreciate it. Super chats are open. Get them on in. Make sure you guys follow us on social media at JDfromNY206, at Solomonster on X. And if you guys want to subscribe to what Jason's doing on his end of things, everything you need is linked in the description. Let's see what we got here. We are going to start with my guy Michael Krause, I believe, is the first one tonight. TNT and JD, Jason, OTS, let's go. Hope all is well. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, man.
199 times 2 from King Mo Jackson. Royal Rumble Final 6. Roman, Punk, AJ, Drew, Rollins, Logan. Yeah, Logan did say last night he doesn't need to eliminate anybody. He just needs to be the last one standing, which is theoretically correct. Well, he's got to eliminate at least one to win.
He said work smarter, not harder.
Yeah. Where do you see him coming out? You think he's going to draw a late number? 29, 30 maybe?
Probably like late 20s.
I don't know what that announcement was today. Logan Paul versus Jake Paul. Some people were telling me it's fake. It's not fake. It's something. It might not be a boxing match, though.
It didn't say versus. It just had the two of them on a poster. I wouldn't be surprised if it's some kind of a TV show or a reality show or something like that.
It's funny that it's on Max, though.
If they were going to have a fight, I mean, that's big enough that we would have heard. There would have been, like, rumors about it. Yeah. Like, this shit would have leaked weeks ago. So, and it's very close to WrestleMania.
Yeah.
So I doubt very seriously he's having a fight at the end of March.
King Mo also says OTS for life. TNT is the place to be. 2 thumbs up, brothers. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Havili with a $20 super chat. Between Kane and the British Bulldog, should have won a Royal Rumble. If The Rock or third match against Cody doesn't happen at WrestleMania 41, what is the most and least likely opponent for Roman, Drew, CM Punk, or Jacob Fatu?
I think we covered most of this.
We covered most of that, brother.
Yeah. I mean, for Jacob, though, again, it's either Roman or Solo, and I think it's Solo.
Roman is either Punk, could be Rock, can't leave that off, or Drew McIntyre. They'll leave that on the table, too. Also, Havili says with a $5 super chat, as a proud Tongan and so many Samoan in WWE, what is the possibility of WWE doing a PLE in Samoa, New Zealand, Tonga, or even go back to Hawaii? The other one's probably not, but I could see WWE going back to the New Zealand, Australia area for sure.
Yeah, the others, I don't see them going.
No.
I just don't think. I don't know what the population wise as far as any big buildings or anything like that. I don't see it happening.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the super chat love tonight. Moving on with the final boss with the 199. I think Punk eliminates Cena last and faces Cody. Hey, it's a possibility. I'm going Punk Roman final 2 though.
Yeah, I don't see Punk eliminating Cena.
No.
I don't see that happening.
Eric Aviles, 27 months. Thank you, man. JD Solo on the top of the IWC. Put some respect on their names. I love AEW and want them to get better. TNT, where the best speak the truth, he says. Thank you, Eric.
There you go. We're the best wrestler.
Scott Woodford with 23 months. Tomorrow, I head to Miami for the Jericho Cruise. On Friday, you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Scott. I met Scott on the Jericho Cruise in 2020.
But the Jericho Cruise was a good time there, no?
It was. And then the world came to a standstill 2 months later, and I said, I'm not going on a cruise again, so that's the end of that. So, but no, actually, it was fun. It was fun.
How was it like to not have internet service for quite a while? It was free?
I think I did have internet service.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, they also had some AEW match. They basically had an AEW show on top of the ship, like at night. And the wind, my God. I'm surprised like nobody blew into the ocean. Like I remember the wind, the way it was whipping was crazy. I remember there was a swimming pool, and they threw MJF into the swimming pool. So I remember that. But I don't recall if they recorded any of the matches and aired them on Dynamite. I don't think they did.
No, I don't remember they did.
No. And it would be, I mean, logistically, I guess they wouldn't be able to broadcast live from the ship in the middle of the ocean somewhere. So,
yeah.
But they ended with Kenny Omega and Riho. They were tag team partners against who I don't remember, but yes, Kenny and Riho were celebrating their big win at the end. I remember that. But the food was really good.
Well, that's good.
Like a steakhouse kind of thing, hibachi, and yeah, it was a good time. We docked in some island somewhere for like a day, and yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, at least Jericho has some good rapport with some people in the community. That's good.
This was 5 years ago.
I wonder what those cruises look like now.
I have no idea. Still doing them, though. Interestingly, though, Joe Hendry is going to be on the Jericho cruise, but he's not joining the cruise until February 2nd. That is when he is boarding the ship.
From Indianapolis?
I don't know, but the cruise is kicking off, I believe, Friday. Thursday
okay.
or Friday.
Okay.
Yes, Thursday or Friday, but he is not joining the ship until Sunday. Interesting.
They probably docked from Miami, I would assume, right? Maybe.
Yeah, well, they docked in Miami. Well, like when I went on the cruise, I had to fly down to Miami, and we left out of Miami.
Yes, Joe Hendry, guys, will be in the Royal Rumble. Yes, I don't think we mentioned that. Maybe we did and I forgot, but yeah, he'll be in the Royal Rumble. Nick Nemeth, I'm thinking maybe possibly too. I've seen some people mention his name.
Yeah, again, I don't think they're going to overload it with TNA people. One thing I didn't mention, I do think that there's a chance we'll see Masha Slamovich in the Women's Rumble.
That would be fucking great.
Yeah, because we've had a couple of instances where the Knockouts champion was in there. It was Mickie James, then it was Jordynne Grace, so I could see Masha being in there.
That would be fucking cool.
Yeah.
Heavily, thank you, brother. $20 super chat. Solomonster, if Tessa joined WWE 2014, in your opinion, on who would she have replaced in the Four Horsewomen? And besides the New Day, who is the Usos' greatest rivals? Boys in the Hood, Friday, New Jack City, or Menace of Society?
So the first question is that there was no formal like horsewomen faction, but I would assume that Bayley would have probably gotten the short stick there, or the short straw.
Yeah.
What was the second question?
And besides the New Day, who is the Usos' greatest rivals? Boys in the Hood, Friday, New Jack City, or Menace of Society?
New Jack City.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know, but you ever see New Jack City with Mario Van Peebles?
No.
You should probably check it out one day. It's not bad.
Thank you, Havili. Yes, I would probably say she replaces Bayley, too. Jeff with a $20 super chat. Hey, fellas, can't wait to hear your takes on who each of your picks are for the winner of the male and female Royal Rumble. He says, and who the matchups will be for each championship match. Is TNT the best show in town? Thank you both. Thank you, Jeff. Hopefully you enjoyed our Royal Rumble discussion because we talked about it earlier in the show.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Sidro with a $5 super chat. A photon checks into a hotel. The bellhop asks, "Can I help you with your luggage?" It replies, "I don't have any. I'm traveling light." Oh, man. Sidro. Gotta love Sidro. Michelle with a $5 super chat. With all the Sammy... Yeah, I think we do. With all the talk of Sammy winless versus Drew, does it feel like Sammy Drew at WrestleMania, where Sammy finally wins? Royal Rumble winner will be Logan Paul. TK equals Vince McMahon's clone. Logan Paul's not winning the Royal Rumble. Sammy is not wrestling Drew at WrestleMania.
I like my idea.
Yeah.
For 42.
Yeah.
Sammy challenges Drew for the World Heavyweight Championship. Finally gets his title. Finally gets his win.
And wins the Rumble in Saudi.
Yes.
We got a no message and a 50 mini bomb from M. Mills.
Thank you, M. Mills. Always supporting. I love it.
Alex with a 10. Brother JD and Solo. What are your thoughts on Penta winning the IC title at Mania and Sheamus snapping and going full heel and starting a program with Penta? Wins the title from Penta at SummerSlam. I don't hate it. I just don't... I don't want to see Sheamus as a heel. I kind of like him where he is now.
I don't want to see Sheamus finally win the title as a heel.
Yeah.
That's a babyface moment.
Yeah. But yes, a Sheamus versus Penta program whenever. Please sign me up. Sidro with a 5 and a 5. He's got 2 jokes. Confucius says, "He who smokes weed on a toilet is high on pot. What you call a snobbish criminal walking down the stairs? A condescending descending." Sidro, that's genuinely fucking awful, bro. I'm sorry. Oh my God. He also says, cop asks a guy, "How high are you?" Guy says, "No, officer, it's high. How are you?" And why do stoners make great couples? They finish each other's sandwiches. No, that's a thumbs down, Sidro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
those are the condescending one was all right, but the other three thumbs down. 20-minute promo at 23 months. Fatu versus Strowman accomplished putting Fatu over as a remorseless monster that cannot be contained by the rules of a wrestling match. Perfect in my opinion. The way you put it, yes, I could see it being the case. The learning sicko, Dr. Bropio with a 2. You both overlooking Goldberg winning the Rumble. No, we're not overlooking it.
We're not overlooking it. We're just actively trying not to think about it because it is not going to happen.
I don't think he shows up on Saturday. Easy with 24 months. Hey, JD Solomonster, is it safe to say that AEW is the new NXT for WWE? Because it seems once you go through AEW, you're officially ready for WWE TV. Yeah.
You're ready for the main roster. Yeah, it kind of feels that way, doesn't it? By the way, James in the chat says, and I didn't touch on this, if we think that there's a chance that Jeff Hardy could make an appearance in the Rumble. You know, with this TNA relationship, anything is possible, and I would definitely put the chances of a Jeff Hardy cameo in the Rumble higher than a Nick Nemeth one. So yeah, I think it's a possibility.
I like it. Justin Toner with a $10 super chat. Hey guys, great show tonight. Julia versus Bayley versus Roxanne. NXT Women's Title match official for Vengeance Day. That should rock. What are your top 3 Rumble matches? Keep up the good work. Cheers. That's a great match. I thought we were going to get Bayley versus Roxanne, but adding Julia to it, not bad. Top 3 Rumble matches. 92 is definitely number 1 for both of us. I don't know where you go from there, but
you go 2001 and you go 2020.
2020 was a great one.
Mm-hmm.
5 from Sidro. If Jay comes out second in the Rumble, remix his song to It's Just Me, Deuce. Number two shit. You got you're fucking ridiculous, man.
It's getting worse and worse, it feels like.
It's just me, Deuce. No. P.S. Much love, TNT. I love you, JD and Solo. Thank you, Sidro. You're definitely on something tonight that I'm going to play Red Skies for you because your jokes have fucking ultimately bombed tonight, man. You're 1 for 5. 1 for 6. David Singfield with a 10. You talk about solar heat. Hogan as Tessa's manager. No. Absolutely not. Sidro with a 2. Better wrestler, Alexa or Liv, and better character. That's a tough one, actually.
Yeah, better wrestler, I'm going to go Liv.
Yeah, me too. Better character, I would probably say Liv as well right now.
I think both their character work is really good. Yeah, because Alexa, she did a lot of character work with the Wyatt stuff. Liv's was a little more realistic because she wasn't doing the like a dark character. So, you know, Liv's work last year was very strong, but I think in ring I would give the edge to Liv Morgan.
Ben Callanan with a 10 months. Hey, JD, Jason, I hope you both are well. Thank you for being the best podcast in the IWC and keep doing what you're doing. Ben, thank you, brother.
Thank you, Ben.
TVP with a $10 super chat. According to WrestleVotes, WWE is set to announce Clash in Paris on Sunday, August 31 at Paris La Défense Arena. Yes, Jason read the tweet earlier in the show. Kind of boring name, but another wrestling show on a major national holiday, man. I can't wait. Hollywood guy with a $5 super chat. I feel that Gunther's title run has been meh. Do you guys agree? And when is Chad Gable getting his push / his turn? Gunther's title run is... I could see people saying it's meh. It's just more of a creative thing because at the top of the card, there really isn't much going on, especially on Monday night or before the move to Netflix. Now you got Punk and Rollins back. Logan Paul's there.
I mean, look, you want to compare the two? Gunther and his run have been, in many ways, little brothered by Cody. I mean, that's why Cody beat Gunther.
Yeah.
At the last Saudi show, I mean, that says it all right there as far as which run and which title they see as being, the bigger one. So they're definitely not treated equally.
No. Sidro with a 5. Malachi and Andrade as a tag team with Vega as a mouthpiece? ? Also, 2 AEW fallouts come back home, and if not immediately, at least soon after.
I don't see them as a tag team. I could see if Black was going to lead a faction, maybe Andrade being a part of a faction, but as a tag team, no. And I don't want to see him. We just got how many years of Malachi as part of a fucking tag team? Like, he needs a proper singles run.
Malachi needs to go back to Black and Gold NXT Malachi or Aleister Black.
Yeah,
that's it.
I mean, he needs what he did not get in AEW, which was a proper singles run. That's what he needs.
The Learning Sicko, Dr. Bropio with the $2 super chat. Michael Cole is more over than the Death Riders. Indeed. I'd rather watch Michael Cole fuck up a yeet dance than the Death Riders, too. Or rap, or anything, really. Arabian Knight with a $6.99. What if Knight wins the title in a few weeks, and they do Solo versus Knight versus Fatu at WrestleMania? Solo thinks Fatu will help him win. Then he turns on Solo and wins the belt. No, I'd rather Fatu versus Solo one-on-one with the story being that Fatu takes over the bloodline and renames it something else.
Yeah. Knight should not be involved in any of that.
No. Ali Williams with the $1.99. I agree, JD. The Rumble music is ass. Listen, they're going to do what they got to do. The music is only one aspect of it. By the time the intro and the opening credits are over, we're not even going to remember what it is. Also, Arabian Night with a $6.99. The hate for private parties booking is valid. At least they were champs. What is Triple H doing with TSP? Montez should leave and prove him wrong, i.e. Mike Santana. Yeah, they were champs, but what did they accomplish as champions? Nothing.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Triple H, listen, tag team wrestling, we said it before, is bad in both companies. It's just not an AEW thing. It's a WWE thing as well. It's been a WWE thing forever. Montez is a breakout guy. I don't break up the Street Profits right now until you fix the division, and then you do it. And Mike Santana is a fucking savage. He's a beast. So, we love Mike Santana. MGM Ballin with a $19.99. Sorry I'm late. Work defeated me today. Here's another 2 entries for me. Thank you, brother. Tank Woe with a 10. Let me get into the pool. Raw is my favorite show of the week. Cody Lander is coming. I can't wait for heel Cody in WWE. He is going to cook. Listen, guys, Cody's not going heel anytime soon. He's probably the biggest merch seller and the biggest house show draw they have. No. One day, I hope so. But not now. Havili with a 10. Favorite Royal Rumble matches of Chris Benoit: 2001 ladder match versus Jericho, 2003 WWE Championship match versus Kurt Angle, or 2004 when he won the Royal Rumble match. Much love from Brisbane, Australia.
That ladder match was great.
Yeah. I'm tending to lean towards the ladder match, honestly.
Yeah. It's tough between the first two, but I'm going to go ladder match.
King Mo Jackson with a $1.99. Women's Rumble. I got either Charlotte, Jordynne Grace, or Bianca Belair. Likewise. Jordynne Grace is my dark horse. Charlotte should not win the Rumble. I'm going EO. Jason's going Bianca. Dame with a $1.99. Bianca already won a Rumble. EO should win. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Cody won 2 Rumbles back-to-back recently, so that doesn't mean anything.
Alex with a 5. Do you guys think Elimination Chamber is the next pay-per-view that needs to be eliminated similar to Hell in a Cell? It feels like we have to have an elimination match because it's February or March. No, I don't think so. I think the Elimination Chamber is actually a great proponent on the road to WrestleMania. I mean, I would love to go back to the No Way Out name and just have the Elimination Chamber take place at that show, but I would like for them to get rid of the actual name of the show and change it. But the match, I think, is a major stay for WrestleMania season, yes.
Yeah. And there are some years where you don't even, you can have like a U.S. title or an Intercontinental title. Like, you could pretty much do whatever you want with the chamber, whether it ties directly into WrestleMania or not. Sometimes they do 1, sometimes they do 2. I mean, usually they have one for the men and one for the women, I guess. But it's adaptable, so I don't really mind it. I think it's a gimmick that works.
Yep. WrestleMess with a $199. Vegas is made for a Logan Paul World Heavyweight Championship win. Not this year.
No.
Furious Nation, do I see them, though, giving the title at some point to Logan Paul for a very small period of time? Yes, I do. Furious Nation with a $9.99. What's up, JD and Solo? Can't believe on this day 18 years ago was the 2007 Royal Rumble with The Undertaker and HBK as the final two, and then Umaga Cena in the Last Man Standing match. That Royal Rumble outside of 1992 is probably the greatest Royal Rumble ending of all time. 2007. I don't know what you think. What'd you think of that?
The ending is the only part of that Rumble I really remember. So I can't speak to the rest of the Rumble match, but that ending was fantastic. So is it number 2 as far as like all-time Rumble endings? It might be. I'm trying to think of what would be 2 if not that one. I don't know.
Lewis with a 1 month. Good stuff like always. Thank you, Lewis. King Mo with a $1.99. If Tony Khan booked the Rumble, he'd book Jeff Jarrett or Jericho to win like a jackass. Just imagine an AEW version of the Rumble. Would be interesting. What do you think? Maybe a win for Goldberg. AEW has a version of the Royal Rumble. It's called their Gauntlet match that they do 6 times every fucking 3 months. So.
We've already had 2 of them. We've had 2 of them this year, right?
Yep. Sidro with a 2. Picture this. Roman wins the Chambers to face Gunther. No. Do I see that match happening in 2025? I do. King Mo with a $1.99. Rumble is my favorite pay-per-view of the year. This will be fire. Hyru with a 2. Great show. Old heads. Yes. Yes, we're old. Francis Lube with a 2. Will Fi... What happened?
I say he's old.
Yeah, he's old, man.
You.
Oh, me? I'm old, yeah. Gonna be 43 in a week. Francis Lube with a 2. Will Fi...
I don't look a day over 34. There we go.
Will 5 $2 Super Chats get me a Rumble entry in the same stream, Francis? Yes, it will. He also says, and he goes on and just does that, I know Don Callis helped Kenny Omega win the AEW title from Moxley. I don't remember how they had a falling out. I hope Omega is trolling us. How did they have a falling out? Does anybody remember or care? I can't be bothered to fucking care.
Callis and Omega?
Yeah. It was the Ospreay, right? Ospreay situation? The screwdriver?
Yes, I believe so.
Francis is trolling us on not wanting revenge against the Elite. I hope he is the 5th man in the Don Callis family from the Great Collision on Saturday. And the Hounds of Hell, the Gates of Agony, and the Don Callis family with proper booking and creative can beat the Hurt Syndicate legitimately. Sure, if they want to build up Brody and Buddy for the tag team titles, I'm all for that. Do I think they do it? I think after Australia, Buddy just goes back away. Honestly. And the Gates of Agony, no.
I mean, the 5th... Did you see that vignette from Collision with the Callis family at the house? They were all sitting at the dinner table, and then Callis walks in. It was actually a pretty good segment.
There's a 5th man coming?
Yeah. But everyone's wondering who the 5th man is. I mean, isn't it Trent Beretta? I mean, wasn't Trent Beretta a part of the Callis family before he got hurt?
Bro, you seriously think they're going to put a vignette on television to introduce us to Trent Beretta?
Well, no. I mean, he'll pop up on TV one day as a surprise, but I mean, he was the 5th member of the Callis family, so why wouldn't it not be him?
It could be somebody else.
Yeah, but he was part of the Callis family. Is he just going to be forgotten about?
I would forget about him, yeah. You know who I think it is? You want to know who I think it is?
You going to tell me?
Baron Corbin. Whatever his name is. What's his name in Dyer Bishop or whatever the fuck it's called?
Bishop Dyer.
Yeah, Bishop Dyer. Yeah, that's who it is. Bishop Dyer.
I'm going to stick with Trent Beretta. I think Trent Beretta, he was a part of the Callis family for a cup of coffee before he got hurt. And I think that they should stick to their guns and finish the story with Trent Beretta because that's what makes sense.
He's now calling himself the Nomad. Bishop Dyer.
The Nomad Bishop Dyer. All right. I don't know about the name, but apparently he got a good reaction at the Bloodsport show.
That's good. Good for him.
So hopefully he'll do well.
Sean with a new membership. Thank you, brother. Jay Shudo, 44 with the 499. Keep up the great work. I love your honest opinions and criticisms on both AEW and WWE. That's the way we rock and roll, brother.
That's it.
Basic with a 999. Next week, the Death Riders are going to target Ronald McDonald. That will pull at your heartstrings. To who? I guess the sickos, right? The sickos love McDonald's.
Did you see the video that went live on their channel at 7 o'clock tonight? They had a Death Riders video trying to explain their mission.
No, I did not. Did they explain their mission?
They do these things called Up Close, and it was Renee. And she opened and she said, all right, let's address the elephant in the room. Obviously, I'm married to Jon Moxley. But yeah, everyone's been wondering, about the basically, what their mission is, what they stand for. So she walks down, like she opens these doors and she goes down into this basement, and they're all down there in their training. And she's basically interviewing Mox and Claudio. And you could see Marina Shafir is like in a room in the background, like training or kickboxing or whatever she's doing. And so she's basically just interviewing Claudio. And then she goes over to interview Pac, who is still in his wrestling gear. Does this man ever wear regular clothing? Every time we see him on TV, he's in his fucking gear with no shirt on. He's sitting in a sauna. They have it's like a, whatever, the stand-up sauna. And she's standing there and he's sitting in the sauna and cutting a promo in there. And then eventually she talks to Moxley. And what I got out of it basically is like, we're trying to bring AEW back to what it was sold to us as. Like, is the reason why we came here in the first place. And I want to leave this place better than it was, before I got here. And long after I'm gone, I want to create a roster of Jon Moxleys and, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that was the gist of it, basically. Like, they don't like the way things are. It was sold to them as something different. And they're trying to, restore it to what it used to be or what they think it should be.
Boy, teaming with the Learning Tree has gone the way of fixing AEW, huh?
Basically, the explanation really wasn't all that different from the stuff that we've heard him say on TV before.
Beating up the Rock and Roll Express is bringing back the vision of AEW.
And pouring various kitchen cleaning chemicals down people's throats. And suffocating them with plastic bags.
It's got to be a troll at this point. The Death Riders are legitimately killing AEW. It's got to be a troll.
Well, it's not the Death Riders. It's Tony. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Miles Morable with the 499. Thoughts on Punk vs. Cena at Money in the Bank as a callback to 2011. Also, if Brock returns, who does he face at Mania? I predict Orton will win Rumble to face Cody. Brock is not returning for WrestleMania. Orton is not going to win the Royal Rumble. And Punk vs. Cena, you'll get them in the Rumble. I don't think they do a callback. Kratos, thank you, brother. Miles, thank you. Shudo. Kratos with 51 months. 51 months, a part of the VIP section on the best show on YouTube. Off topic, WWE 2K25 Bloodline Edition is priced at $130. They could keep their fucking money, bro. No way.
What have they added to the game this year for 100?
Something, apparently a lot, but I haven't read it yet.
$130?
Yeah.
That's got to be like the deluxe edition or something.
That is the ultimate edition, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Fixes a bottom with a 5. If they book The Rock to beat Cody at WrestleMania, how do they get the belt off The Rock? Roman. I'm so lost, bro, with the $2 super chat. Guess going to Grand Slam, they wouldn't refund me. Well, they're giving away two for one tickets to Grand Slam. I'm sorry to everybody that pre-ordered tickets and got in early with the early bird specials. You got fucked. Johnny Bishop with a 10. Imagine the pop if they do a spot, make it seem like Jay is eliminated and he comes back to eliminate Drew, Seth, Roman, or even The Rock to win. The place would go absolutely ballistic. Well, you got some fucking imagination, brother. No way. Thank you for the 10. Anthony, $10 super chat. Will Charlotte confirm the possible returns of Becky, Jordan, Alexa, and Asuka? Do you guys think that the Women's Rumble may have too many surprises? No. The Rumble should be the biggest star-studded collection of the entire year. Blue Jay with a 2. So, Solo, will you do a joint Collision Corner? They want you on Collision Corner with Jesse and me on Wednesdays.
Collision Corner.
Yep. Jesse watches Collision, so you don't have to.
Stole my line. I used to say that about Raw back in the day. When Raw was at its absolute worst.
Jesse then copyright. He took from you. He plagiarized you.
I let the copyright lapse, I guess, and he kind of swooped in there. And yeah, I used to watch Raw, so you don't have to. So now Jesse, he bites the bullet for everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, look, hey, never say never. I'll just say that. Never say never.
Kenny Clifford with a 10. Hey, JD, in 2020, there was a Dynamite from the Jericho Cruise. There was. It was a fun show. I remember that. That was the feeling. Now, not so much.
That was so that was the one I was on. So they did broadcast that? Or maybe they only broadcasted select matches from it.
Maybe. I don't remember. Is it on Max? Maybe it's on Max. Havili with a 10. You guys, to answer my question for besides the New Day, who is the Usos' greatest rivals? I meant favorite hood movie. If you had replaced the one of Austin's Rumble wins, who would you have replaced him with? Thanks. Greatest rivals for the New Day are the Usos. If there's not another team, who's another team? Brody Lee and Eric Rowan, maybe. They all had great matches. Favorite hood movie? I don't even think I have one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have one either. But again, New Jack City is worth watching at least once. Of the Austin Rumble wins, 97. If I had to replace one, get rid of that one. He cheated anyway. He didn't really technically win.
What do we got here? Johnny Bishop, thank you. Anthony, thank you. Kenny, thank you. YouTube is just very bizarre. We'll do this one.
We got Hardcore Kevin.
Hardcore Kevin. JD and Solo, your favorite Mexican foods?
I don't eat Mexican a lot, so it's hard for me to say. It might be easier for you to pick something.
I like me I'm simple, man. I like a good burrito. Everything but hold the sour cream and brown rice, both pinto and black beans. A nice marinated skirt steak or chicken. I'm a simple guy. I love me as a Mexican, though. Equa Dragon with a 2. Solo, thanks for presenting the belt at Hog.
Oh, you're very welcome. I presented him with a special gift, custom intercontinental title, and it was a very nice belt. So I'm very happy to be part of that.
Lewis with a 5. Solo, the way you present Sammy, what is the percentage value of him winning the Rumble?
Not this year, very low, but I do think there's a much better chance of him winning in Saudi next year. I like that idea a lot, actually. This year, though, you want me to put a percentage on him winning the Rumble? It's under 50%.
Equa Dragon with a 2. Brother of Dorian here. What's up, Solo and JD? What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? It's good to see you the other night.
Learning Sicko, Dr. Bropio with a 2. Fifth man for the Callis family is easily Ricky Martin. King of Cubs with a 10. Hey, JD, great show. As always, I'd like to enter your Royal Rumble pool. Thank you, brother. You just did that. Havili with a 5. Besides the Raw, XXX, and Raw on Netflix, why WWE couldn't allow to use American Badass on Peacock, Netflix, Raw Retro, or even WWE Network, RKO, or Stunner? I'm assuming it's a copyright thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's got to be.
And then RKO or Stunner, I'm gonna go Stone Cold Stunner.
If we're talking Steve Austin, then yes.
Yeah.
If we're talking Kevin Owens, then no.
Learning Tree Jericho, 8131 with a $20 super chat. In 2023, Roman subtly warned Cody that he wasn't cut out to handle being a top guy in wrestling. After Punk's words on Raw, it seems Roman was right. Showing the championship as a burden than a prize is truly a unique take. Well, are you surprised with the men involved and the story that they usually tell? I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I love those little callbacks. I think it's great.
And we got Fixes a Bind, who we'll end with here tonight for TNT 81. $5 super chat. Solomonster, I don't know why you remind me of Jerry Seinfeld.
Why do I remind you of Jerry Seinfeld? I don't know either. I get that from like a lot of people.
You know what? What I think it is. I think it's your sense of humor. Your dry sense of humor.
But did he really have a dry sense of humor?
I think so. I don't know.
I guess so. I mean, I love the show. I've seen every episode, so I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, one of my favorites. Thank you guys very much, man. 81 in the books. Demeter Bullion comes in with an $8 super chat. Demeter Bullion, Logan Superfan. I seen 2 of his vids. Everyone is saying Logan has go away heat. Me, Jake Paul, Tom Hanks, Colo Patra, Dwayne Wade, Fredo Frog beg to differ. All right, Demeter. Thank you, brother. I don't know what you're doing hanging out with fucking Tom Hanks, and Dwayne Wade and who Fredo Frog is, but I appreciate you. And Kenny Clifford with a 10. It was the January 22nd, 2020 episode of Dynamite. The whole episode was filmed on the cruise ship. Maybe Jason was too drunk to realize. I don't know.
Well, no, I was sober enough. Yeah, I mean the dates align, so I was definitely there. So I'll have to go back and check that out.
All right, guys, 81's in the books. Jason and I appreciate you. As always, I'm going to leave him to sound us off here for another great Tuesday Night Titans.
Well, I don't really have much to say. I mean, we've been here for 4 hours, but I will say this. I am looking forward very much to the Royal Rumble this weekend. Again, I like the unpredictability of the Men's Rumble. It's my favorite show of the year. And it kicks us off officially on the road to WrestleMania, which is going to make things very exciting around here for TNT as we head into WrestleMania season. So hopefully you will join us for that.
Oh, yeah. We got 3,100 plus in here tonight, over 1,000 likes. Thank you guys for the super chat love. Remember, Wednesday night, Dynamite. Jason and I are covering the show on our channel, so make sure you guys go check us out there. And everything you need for our channels is linked down below in the description. Follow us on social media at JDfromNY206, at Solomonster on X, and please continue to hit that thumbs up and leave a comment down below and sound off down below. Let us know what you thought of tonight's show. Until next week and number 82, guys, we'll see you next week on Tuesday Night Titans.